the end of the runway is Concord 001 and into loose, let's join Raymond Baxter.
Just seconds to go.
Et maintenant, enfin, le premier vol.
110 tons of aircraft, all up weight there. The magic moment with us. The crescendo of sound from the 593 Olympus.
Ce premier vol que vous tous allez voir maintenant en direct.
45 knots, 90, 135. Nose come up to 20 degrees, she's airborne. She flies.
The Concorde was special. The quality of the work, the minds, the skill, the talent, the commitment that went into it, that's what really matters.
Over the last 27 years, Concorde has captured the imagination of people from all over the world. An extraordinary feat of engineering, a unique blend of power, grace, and beauty.
First time I've ever been up in the air. Never driven to go in it because I'm retired.
I am thrilled. Every single cell in my body is thrilled.
Words fail me. It's so incredible. It's a wonderful experience.
What are you going to tell your school friends when you get back to school on Monday?
Well, trying to find some way of getting them to believe me.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Welcome aboard.
Welcome to Concord and our supersonic operation from London's Heathrow to New York's John F. Kennedy. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, we're through Mark 1, the speed of sound, no bumps, no bangs, Concord.
There's the view of New York from the Triborough Bridge, there's the Sydney Opera House, and there's Concord, arguably the three most beautiful man-made sights in the world.
We have carried the Queen Mother, world leaders, stars. It has been an amazing magnet.
Phil Collins had dashed from the Wembley stage to Philadelphia by helicopter and Concord.
It's good fun. I mean, only a fool such as I would do this.
For 27 years, British Airways Concorde has been a national symbol, a natural centerpiece for celebration.
A few hundred feet over the heads of 1 million people, maybe more. Concord and the Red Arrows fill the sky.
We flew down the Mall and you could see Her Majesty standing on the balcony. I've never seen 1 million people before, let alone them all looking up and waving and cheering for Concord.
She's brought cities together, brought people closer, and reminded us all that we can do extraordinary things.
You kind of think, oh, I wonder who might be on Concord, maybe a famous film star who's just signed a contract in New York or something.
Catherine Zeta-Jones is an absolute star, so glamorous, so Hollywood. Paul McCartney's probably everyone's favourite. He will say hello and he remembers us. Oh, Richard Gere. I've loved him since I was about 5.
You can always recognise it, and it looks like a swan. You know, when swans fly, it looks like a swan with the shape of its neck.
It's the most brilliant example of far-sighted designers, thought ahead and kept a lead for half a century.
No matter how many times you fly, there still is that amazing, exciting sensation when you take off.
Every day is a thrill. By the time the passengers come on board, the air is absolutely charged with excitement.
Speedboat Concorde 1, you're clear for takeoff. 27 left, surface wind, 240 at 10.
Speedboat Concorde 1, roger, clear for takeoff, 27 left.
It's a thrill. It's the nearest thing I'll ever feel to a rocket.
Power starts to bite, push back into your seat.
PSV's building.
You're concentrating like mad.
60 knots.
The noise takes over.
100 knots. That's it.
Heart starts to pound a bit.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive climb.
27 years, she has been our flagship, and her inspiration will stay with us as we take our standards of service still higher and higher.
Hello everyone, welcome along to our Speedbird Concorde routing today. Apologies, I didn't have the mic close enough to me there. Welcome along then. So, today, Concorde, down to Barbados. A long flight, probably the longest we'll do on this channel. It's about 4,000 miles or so. It's a very long way. I can tell you the exact distance actually. Let me just get my chart. Yeah, there you go. The exact distance is 3,678 nautical miles. That is the longest flight we will do on this channel, and yet it will probably be one of the shortest we've done on this channel, with just under 4 hours. We're looking at 3 hours and 50-minute flight time. So, yeah, we're going to get underway. We're joined today by Jones Aviation there in the Concorde on my left, and Charles on the Concorde on our right. So it's a very, very warm welcome to be joined by someone. So, thank you very much, you two. Fantastic. So, just finishing up getting my little gadgets on. Right, there we go. So I've hopefully solved the frames issue a little bit. We were having a lot of problems leading up in our last couple of streams and stuff like that, and we were having a lot of problems, and I think I've managed to solve them a bit, because stood down here, we're getting a good 30 FPS. So, hopefully I've done a not a bad job fixing them. So say hello if you're in the chat. But today, yeah, we're streaming for about 4 hours and 20 minutes, so it's going to be quite a long stream. Oh, there you go. The rain has started. I did think it was raining, but I didn't quite know. But there you go. It is now raining. The visibility has dropped quite considerably. They're lining up on the runway for departure, so yeah. Okay, well, if we hop straight into the flight deck then, and we might as well get this show on the road. So, inside the flight deck then, Concorde. I've set the QNH up, and we're just finishing up our startup procedure. We've got one more waypoint to program in. So, waypoint 9. It is north 4136. 4136.0, and it is west 03000.0. Insert. Cool, I did all the other ones just off-stream camera there. Right, we've got to go through our checklist then. So the master CBs, oh, I turned them on, and the anti-stall system are on. Okay, firm. RAD INS switches need to be set to RAD. They're in the RAD position. Altimeter has been set. Audio panel, come on. So, send and receive. And we're looking down to the middle pedestal here. Oh. Tracker are not being happy with me today. Get rid of that, right. 18.5. I'm just going to check how you guys can hear that.
875 Heathrow Tower, hello, cleared Madrid, Golf.
He's a bit loud, isn't he?
Golf departure, runway 27 left, and score 7612.
Turn him down a little bit, bear with me. Wait for the reply, let's see if we get a nice clear.
Speedbird 875, Simbrief is having a problem today. The actual departure is deadly to Golf departure. So that's wrong as well. Bye.
Okay, that should be a little bit better then. Fantastic. Right. So, com radio. Nav radios needs to be set up. So, we've got London 113.6. And the radio of 256. Going right, 268. We've done this a lot now on this channel. We're going 250 knots. We're heavy today. We're loaded up almost as max fuel as we can have. Just little under max. I'll show you on the flight. Flight prep, fuel manager. We're pretty much at full. I could go a little bit more, I think. There you go. I can't really go anymore. So we're literally max fuel we can go today, so we're heavy. 352, the Woodley VOR needs to be programmed in. And we turn them on. Then we're heading over to Compton, 11435, 114 decimal. 35, and we're initially up to 6,000. No one online, so we can climb direct 28,000. So our departure then and supersonic acceleration is exactly the same as it always is. We're just not going to Kennedy. We're then going to make a left turn once we go through the sound barrier and head down to Barbados. So it should be a nice flight, so please sit back, relax, and we'll enjoy the ride. Right, the nav lights need to go on then. Once the nav radio's been set, the nav lights go on. The throttle master's main position. Ground hydraulics. Let's have a look. Yellow, yellow, and off. Fuel heaters. Auto. Filters and auto. Secondary air doors to the auto position as well, because we are taking off with reheat. And the batteries are on as normal, confirmed. INS 1, 2, and 3. They've been aligning for a while now, so I need to set them to the nav position. The lights don't seem to work in the speedbird livery, so you know, we'll have to have a look. Right, I'm going to have to turn them up a little bit. They're a little bit quiet for me, the radios.
227, request push and start. 227, stand 4545, push start to
Right, there we go, that should be a bit better. Okay, INS warnings have gone off, so we know they're aligned, even though they're not with the lighting up. That's quite annoying. Right, clock's all set, so at this point we now need to get our briefing and clearance. So, get my notepad up. Bear with me, guys. Cool. Right, we'll get our clearance then. So, I've just turned off track IR so that we can get the clearance without problem, and we'll cool up. So, let's get the information. Make sure it's information. Alpha still, yep. Heathrow Tower, sorry, hello, Speedbird Concorde 273, we're on stand 419 with information Alpha. Request IFR clearance to Barbados, please.
273, hello to Barbados, Compton 3 Golf, score 6470.
Cleared Compton 3 Golf, squawking 6470. Speedbird Concorde 273.
Speedbird 273, that's correct. QNH 999, Hector Vesco.
Roger, Speedbird Concorde 273. Fantastic. 6470 in the box, so 647 and 0. 6470, and we can turn that on. We're going to set up 122.8 in our next standby radio, as it can get a little bit hairy on departure and sometimes in Concord, and it's good to have your radios all set up. We're pretty much ready for startup then, so just sort it out. Say hello if you're watching, and make sure we got information in. But we'll get rid of some of these vehicles. I think the baggage should be loaded at this point. They have been. The conveyors, the doors can close, and get rid of the fridge and the catering. They can all go. The steps are still there, although I imagine by this point passengers should be loaded on board the aircraft as we're getting ready to push. I know that Speedbird Concorde 271 has got his clearance. We'll get ours. We have ours, sorry, and we'll get ready to push back. So, a couple of things then. We're going to get our feed pumps all on. If you're turning the feed pumps on, actually, you should have all passengers loaded. So we'll close the stairs and things, because they should be on if we're getting ready to start. Put anti-collision lights on the top. I think we're about ready to go. Cool. 5 minutes. Jones Aviation's plane's playing up. No worries. We will sort ourselves out. We can open the window actually, which is quite cool. I haven't done this in a while. Hold on. Open the window, stick our... Oh, can't quite stick our head out, but it's pretty cool. So you have to make sure that's closed for startup. And a couple of interesting facts then, whilst we're waiting just for James to start up. So, sometimes Concorde would depart Heathrow for JFK at 10:30, but in some cases it would depart at 7 o'clock in the evening, so that you could then see the western sunset or sunrise as you go back, of course, because it's still daylight by then. So that's quite interesting. And then someone on the other stream was asking what happened and why was I flying BOAC livery. BA and BOAC merged to form British Airways before BOAC could buy Concorde, and then British Airways bought it together. Yes, we've got 101 passengers on board today. And we were also looking at when Concorde pulled out of service, not due to the crash. It pulled out in 2003, quite a long time after all the crashes, after the crash. So yep. So that's not quite recent. Oh, and then we have a delta wing on board this aircraft, which I haven't quite explained yet ever since I've been flying Concorde. But we have a delta wing. We have no elevators, do we? So therefore, we have 3 elevons in the wing. 1, 2, 3. And these act as the ailerons and elevators combined into one, which is quite impressive. And then the landing nose gear has a water bow, which will be quite important today. If I go on free camera, I can show you. Free camera, and then we have a look. This little geezer down here, this little thing. This is a water bow, so it makes sure that the water does not ruin all the towers and cause issue for the streamline of the aircraft, and instead gets rid of it and pushes it away from the nose wheel, meaning you still have grip. It's quite important.
Compton 3 Golf departure score 7570.
So we'll get push and start then if he's got his clearance.
Compton 3 Golf departure score 7570. Speedbird Concord 1. Break Lufthansa 6 Romeo Echo from November Bravo 3, Romeo 27 left. Clear takeoff wind 010 degrees.
We'll begin our startup stuff, so we're going cross bleeds, engine bleeds, on. So we have a look at the engine debow switches, which are down there. Debow switches. Debow is on. We're going to have debow off, so we just leave it in the normal position, so that's fine. Conditioning valves need to go on after you've started the engine, so we're now going to start engine number, I believe it's 3 first. I've got to check that. I think it's 3. Is engine 3 first? It's one of them. Engine 3 first, and then 2, then 4, and then engine number 1 at the end.
Right, Alpha hold November Bravo 2 Echo.
3. Engine start switch engaged. Watching the end rise. Number 3 can turn on. Better pushback, start pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
We want to go out to the line there.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Cool, if the engine starts, then we will get the tow to drive up. Concorde actually starts 2 engines on stand. I've been watching a bit of informational programs before this stream. So Concorde starts 2 engines on stand and then pushes back and starts the other 2. And it drops the visor, not the nose, but the visor during the push, and then the nose goes down afterwards. So a couple of interesting facts for us to process.
519 cleared Kai Tak International.
It's going Kai Tak, that's a long way.
7 Golf departure score 7.
Oh, we have 1 engine running, so now that engine's running, we're going to turn on the gens for it and the hydraulics for it. We want to have the N1 limiter set to the low position so that we don't blow away anyone on the ground.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
We're going to get a big water spray on departure today. And Speedbird Concord 273 requesting push and start.
273, push start approved.
Push start approved, Speedbird Concord 273. Cool. Oh, and by the way, they aren't actually sticking into the taxiway. That's the model matchmaking. Model matches them a little bit further back than they should be, but that's fine. So this flight to Barbados, then we'll get nicely up above the weather during our cruise and everything, so weather won't be a problem. Right, he's just lifting our nose wheel off the ground now so that he can push us back.
Connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, he's ready for us to push back. Releasing the parking brake.
Starting pushback.
Right, now he's starting the pushback. We can start the next engines. Start that one.
Concord 1, push, and start approved.
Right, so we're starting engine number 2, anyone rising?
239, can you take November Bravo 3?
Start engine number 2.
239 from November Bravo 3, Bravo 27 left, clear takeoff, service wind, 12 speed 9 knots.
Oh, there we go, the engines are starting up.
27 runway 27 left, caution, intersection to Padre. 1 up 27 left, Padre, Spirit 27.
We can drop our visor, not our nose, but our visor by 1. So that we can see where we're going. Fantastic. Right. That engine is now started, so we can start the next 2. We'll turn on the gens for that engine. It is engine number 2.
519, push to approved, face south.
Start engine number 4. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Onto the overhead then, and the fuel engaged. So he's speed 239er there, he's obviously getting his clearance and takeoff, so 2 seconds to grab my drink. Cool. From Lev was not wanted. Hello, Pillow. Welcome. Hello.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Apologies there. When I put my drink down, of course, I'm still got track IR on, so I still move around in the thing. Alright, he's going back. Speedback Concord 1, he's coming back then. We haven't blocked Jones Aviation, hopefully. So if he wanted to go back, he probably could. I don't know if he can get back, but if he can certainly come back. Lever's not wanted though. Well, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we've only got engine number 1 to do now, as the others have started. What we're going to do is I'm going to hold on slightly if he's pushing, because the thing is, we do not want to have our engines running for too long going to Barbados. We've got a lot of, not much fuel spare, to be honest. The shed heaters and galleys can go on. Don't need to click that. We'll leave that. SSB can closed. The fuel pumps are auto. The N1 limiter and everything is set down. Oh, Jonas, hello. How you doing?
Pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Now, I don't think he's actually hit us. I don't know if he has. Or we might have done. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on. I don't think it's he's actually pushed into us, or he might have done. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's model matchmaking. I can't be sure though. Let's start up the next engine. Engine.
227, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff, wind 010,
Tunnel conditioning valve for each of them, and the cross speeds can go off. Oh, sorry, no, these not cross speeds, not the two top ones. Jones Aviation is still waiting till IRS align. I put in ADR on after I program minus. I put on ADR. What's ADR? What do you mean by ADR? Oh, I need to put it on the fuel valve. What do you mean by the fuel ADR? What do you mean by that? Do we still control Soundwan? Yes, we do. Not Soundwan as much, more Princess Juliana, to be perfectly honest. Oh, I didn't look for the pin on the left. Ah, well, that's all good. We can drop the nose to the 5-degree taxi position. With 28,000 feet programmed. The engine's starting, we can turn on our taxi lights. The extra SSB is being closed. Cool. The engine, I believe, is starting up. It's just they're all in low idle so that we don't blow away anyone behind us. That's the idea. I only found out a couple of weeks. The two big switches at the back of the pedestal. Oh, you only turn them. I don't know. It's not great. I don't think it'll be a problem though. Concorde, there's a couple of things that you can switch that shouldn't make too much of a difference. I think you're all right. Get on our generators and our final hydraulics. Conditioning valve on and the cross speeds off. Fantastic. So our before taxi checklist then, we're going to begin the long and control check. So full forward. You can see the lines go full forward, neutral, and neutral, full up, neutral, full right, this in roll, neutral, full left, neutral. We head back into the passenger cabin. We look right, look out the wing, see when you see them moving a little bit. But everyone's just getting ready for the flight back here. It's pretty nice. It's nothing really. It's fantastic. So engines are nice and ready. So the engine anti-ice should not need to go on. The engine control schedule needs to go to flyover. Brake fans on, and engine idle switches are in the low position. Still warnings have been tested. Feed pumps are on. Hydraulics are on. Electrics are on. The nose needs to be at the 5-degree position. The nose is at the 5-degree position. And the nose wheel tiller steering is good. And we'll turn on the weather radar. Nope.
Speedbird 5, runway 27 left, clear takeoff, wind is 010 degrees.
Bit of weather there, not going to lie. Alright, Charles, if you're ready to go ahead and get rolling. I will start following. I'll call for taxi, so see if that makes sense. Super Concord 273 ready for taxi.
273, when your company is out of the way, we're going to Sierra 1, so when you're ready, taxi, when you can, taxi, right, Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Roger, sorry, Super Concord 273. Cool. So when we can, as he says, we're burning a little bit of fuel. We're down to 94.7 tons, which if we have a look, range is 3,500 and 34, which is now too low to get to. It's now too low to get to Barbados, but we should be fine.
Concord 1 taxi, right, Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Bit of roll. We're rolling. We can confirm. We'll do a quick steering test. Steering test good. We'll do a brake test. Brake test good. Just do a quick check my throttles aren't glitching. They aren't. We're good. The MM. How to put flight plan in Concord, sir? Very interesting question. Quite a difficult one to answer on the taxi, but here we go. Here's moving. You put it in here. We have our waypoint list here. And I insert it all in here. And these coordinates are like you would have the different waypoints in a flight plan. I've got a tutorial out. If you go to the Concord tutorial series I've got on a playlist, it explains it all on there. So I recommend going there and having a look.
Fuel trim 2, takeoff.
Engine rating mode, takeoff. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Auto throttle and auto ignition on. Master, strain master heaters on. Flight rating, climb, that's overhead. Pressure static heaters and engine ADS probe heaters are on.
Speedbird 5, one of the Unicorn, 122.78, bye-bye.
Once you just made, thanks, have a very good week, Speedbird 5.
Thank you. Speedbird 1, runway 27 left, clear takeoff, surface wind is 01090.
Right. Engine number 4 limiter needs to go to 88%. Well, we know where that is. That's just here. 88%. It's already been set.
Concord 1, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff.
He's clearing you, Charles.
Runway 27 left, clear for takeoff. Concord 1.
Oh, I've cut the corner a little bit tight there. Don't want to do that. It's the massive spray coming off the engines.
19 taxi straight ahead and hold November Bravo 2 Echo.
It's a delicate business taxiing Concord, but you feel there's a massive spray coming off the back of our engines. That's quite cool. Might get a screenshot of that later. Pretty cool. It's raining here, so it could be a longer takeoff roll than we want to. Casey, I'd be tempted to buy the Concorde, but having overflown the Airbus, it might be a little bit too complicated. I came from the Airbus. It's surprisingly fairly similar. It's built by the same people that went on to be Airbus, Spatial and BAE. So you should not have too many issues. I understand though, it's still pretty complicated, but Yeah, and I know I'm, you know, showing off my own content, but do try my tutorial. I found it worked. I forgot what to do and had to rewatch it, watch my own tutorial again, and it told me what to do. So it's definitely worth a watch. Get our landing lights on. There you go, the big lights, they should go on. See, it's this livery. This livery does cause the lights not quite to work as well as they should do. That's the one thing I have found, which does annoy me slightly. But it's a nice livery, so I'll accept it for this flight. The takeoff monitor can go on. Before takeoff checklist, landing lights, transponder.
Speedbird 1519 behind the departing company Concord. Line up runway 27 left behind.
Is that a Concord over there?
2, 1, now.
Oh, he's clearing him off before he's clearing us off. Damn. Nah, I'm just kidding. He's a very good controller. We're happy to wait.
Taxi Lima, hold Lima 1.
Look at the massive jet wash coming off. Jones Aviation, how's it going? Are you almost ready?
805, taxi Lima, hold Lima 1.
Set our parking brake. And we're holding. He's model matching as an Air France for us, but he is a Speedbird, so don't be alarmed. Takeoff monitor's been armed. Ah, reheat selectors. We'll select them as we get onto the runway just in case. Oh no, after takeoff checklist we know. Good. So, we'll do a quick briefing then. We're going to take off, roll it left, 70 me, roll it right, 268, over the head the Woodley, and then right 281. As we're crossing to Woodley, there he goes. Here he goes, people. A fast takeoff run.
Pushback and Cyber 13121.
Looking for the flare and the rotate. So not the flare, the rotate. Disappearing into the fog now.
Speedbird 145 at lock. Speedbird 145, Roger, thank you.
There he goes, flaring, rotating, sorry. And he's off.
Speedbird 15, picture 15.
Speedbird Concord 1 is in the air. Speedbird Concord 273, me. So, he's Speedbird Concord 1. Speedbird Concord 273 was the call sign Concord would use when flying down to Barbados, so I decided we would fly a Speedbird Concord.
875, holding plane Lima 1. Roger, Speedbird 1, monitor user gun 122 decimal 8. 122 decimal 8, Speedbird Concord on the way. Speedbird 273 behind the company.
Yep, we're on.
7, line up runway 27 left behind.
Behind the departing company, Speedbird. Say the aircraft type, sorry, for Speedbird 273?
Jumbo.
Roger, Speedbird Concord 273. I can't see a jumbo. So are we lining up now, or are we waiting? I don't know if we're lining up now or not. Stop beeping at me.
Speedbird 1519, squawk mode Charlie, monitor unit got 122 decimal 8.
Speedbird Concord 273, are we lining up now then?
FM.
Roger, Speedbird Concord 273. Okay, we are. Right, afterburners engaged.
Speedbird 875.
So by engaged, that means when we go to full power, they will then come on. They're not on now, of course, we don't want them during the taxi. The N1 limiters are set to the low position. As soon as we're in the air, we'll then flick them to the high position. But for on the ground, you want them in low, so they're not interfering with anything.
45 behind.
Fantastic, now we're on the runway high.
Passing left to right, sorry, after the company, left to right. Taxi right, link 29.
We're on the runway.
Bravo 2 whiskey. After A320, taxi to link.
Okay, we're not getting bad frames, but it is raining, so we're not getting great frames. Okay, guys, here we go. We weren't clear for takeoff. We were told line up and wait, so we're lining up and wait.
1519, monitor unit 122
There you go. He's got that one off.
273, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff with 010 degrees 9 knots.
Clear for takeoff, 27 left, Speedbird Concord 3. There we go. 3, 2, 1, now. There we go. Full afterburner. We're rolling. Takes a while to build up speed. I know they're amazing engines, but because we're so heavy for today, it will take a fair amount of time. Flight directors can go on just for takeoff. 100 knots power set.
Working the 131 on specs. Ready 131, taxi.
V1.
Foxtrot, left Bravo, hold.
Rotate.
Continue left Foxtrot.
Gear coming up.
Gear coming up, positive rate. We're keeping them, pitching the nose up a little bit. There we go. Just acquiring our planned climb there. There we go. It's going to take a little bit more afterburner on this flight today because we're a little bit heavier. So there's our desired climb rate. Unicom 126.8, People Concord 3, bye-bye. 250 knots. Noise. There we go, pitch up slightly, we'll get the ICO choir on. We can hear the rain noise there smashing on the windscreen, it's quite loud. Flick to Unicom. And I got to keep pitching up here, we're dropping the nose slightly, we don't want to stop climbing. But there we go, we're out of Heathrow, we're very low, you can see it's struggling into the air a little bit, Concord here. Very high angle of attack, not necessarily... right, there we go, there comes the radial, so we're turning left. Turning left. Capturing our radial from the London VOR. Right the way around, and we'll straighten up the nose now. There we go. Nicely on the radial. Anyway, I got to go a little bit left, I was a little bit right with it there. And we're going back to 268 in a minute, so we're going to track heading. We're going to drop the nose as well, because it's struggling to build up the power. Take a monitor can come off. Because we weigh so much, it's struggling to build up. We're a good 7 tons heavier than we normally are. Ready for the 7 DME. There's 7 DME, turning right, 268.
3,000 feet.
3,000 feet. We're expecting to pass 4,000, be above 4,000 at Woodley, so this is very nice. Pitching up and coming right again, 268, there she be. Right, 268, we're now going to set up Compton, 114.35 with a 281 radial. Superb. So, autopilot can go on, altitude acquire vertical speed. Dial it down a little bit, there we go. So there we go people, welcome aboard Concord. We're 3,000 feet, so we're going to start trimming the aircraft for flight. The flight engineer can do this almost immediately.
We will trim to flight.
In real life it would take a little bit of time. But he can trim to flight now if he wants to. So there we go. We're looking for the VOR. We're heading towards the Woodley VOR now. We've got a slight crosswind there. That's what these dials are showing. We've got slight wind blowing us left slightly more than we want to be. We're going to turn off our taxi lights, that's for sure. Taxi lights going off and we can just run through our after cycle checklist. The QNH is right. We can set to 902 as we're going straight up to our cruise. The climb rate's set. The altitude and pitch. Fuel trim to flight. And the external lights can start to go off. Through 5,000 then, we're continuing our climb on Unicom. We'll make a Unicom a call. Unicom Speedbird Concord 273 climbing through 6,000 for flight level 280 on the Compton 3 Golf departure out of Heathrow. Speedbird Concord 273. Through about 6,000. Okay, we'll keep it going. Oh, right, there's the VOR, so we'll go VOR lock, and it'll turn on to Compton there. Now we're up. Now you can see it's much nicer weather above the clouds, which is kind of amusing actually, because that's what the clouds really look like. But because I've got much better frames now, I can put it on to full quality, and we can see what it looks like. Through the 7,000, we've got 11 miles. Oh, I dropped my phone, pardon me. Apologies if track IR is annoying, I'll turn it off any second now as we make our climb. You know what, I'll turn it off now, it's just for the smoothness of acceleration, and I'll turn it back on when we need to. So we've got 10 miles to run till Compton, so we're just going to continue our climb as it is now, and we're just going to leave the nose at this nice position. We're climbing nice and steadily. 101% on the engine, so we are working them quite hard. We're going to pitch the nose down slightly. Morning from the Eastern USA, flight level 370, buongiorno. Oh, London South controllers come online, 132.6, I expect it'll want us in a minute. I'll tune him in the standby and wait for contact me. Sometimes what the London controllers do is, because they don't want to actually handle Concorde, because she is too annoying sometimes, they just leave us be and let us, because they know we're going to be following this set route every time, straight out of Heathrow. So sometimes they just leave us to be. We're going to accelerate to 384 knots, as that's our more efficient altitude, more efficient speed. There we go. Beginning our acceleration. We're going to drop the nose climb slightly. We've got a fair amount of time till we need to be 280. Get the external lights off then through 10,000. Leaving all our heaters on because it is quite cold still. We're going to bring the nose up. Drop that nose yet again a little bit further. Fantastic. 255 knots. Not quite accelerating as fast as I'd like it to, so we just drop it a little bit more. Sometimes because it's oh, there you go, you have got a line there. The iPad takes, as I keep saying, from the INS, so if you haven't got a line, it means your INS haven't programmed, so it's worth having a quick check. I saw one at the end there, so we have luckily got one. 268, speed's building. She's building nicely there. We've still got a very high angle of attack, but that will just reduce as we continue our climb. So we can put the visor up. There she goes. Always gets a little bit quieter there. Always nice. Welcome to be a little bit quieter in the air. Fantastic. So 293. It's accelerating, yeah. Alright, not as fast as I would like it. We're going to switch to INS navigation now. We're through the waypoints. It's going to turn us right slightly, and we're going to flick our navigation to INS on both sides. INS. So we're going to keep this pitch until we acquire 384 knots, and then we'll pitch back up again, because we do want to do 800. We want to accelerate to that speed. It's a much more efficient speed for Concorde to be flying at. 5A and F7A are still half full. That's good. We need them for a for our acceleration phase. There's 350 knots. I just heard him in the background there. We're looking at the engine N4 limiter. We'll leave it for now until we're told otherwise. Takeoff monitors off. The altitude, yep, we're good. 3 heats, and the fuel's been trimmed to flight. Fantastic. So, how long is this flight? This flight will take us 350 minutes. Sorry, no, not 350. 3 hours 50 minutes. Hopefully, I'm hoping to go a little bit faster than that, as we should be able to, especially like this. So we're going to pitch up slowly because we're a little bit faster than we want to. The engines aren't quite working hard enough, so we'll pitch it up a little bit. There we go, going up a little bit. Straight climb to Supersonic. Yep, we have to wait, of course, as normal going out. We have to wait till the waypoint Kessup to begin our acceleration, so we're just waiting till we're over the Bristol Channel to begin supersonic acceleration. But what we are going to do is go straight up, almost 400 knots as fast as possible, as that's the most efficient speed for Concorde. You have 400 knots almost immediately, wow. Yeah, your plane's climbing better than usual. Wow, interesting. I wonder why it's doing that, because to be honest, it really shouldn't be. We weigh a lot more. So it reckons at the moment we got 3,200 range. So it reckons we haven't got enough fuel to make it. So we'll have to see. I know you have to be really efficient on this flight. I was reading a real Concorde pilot's doing this flight, and he barely made it apparently. So you normally, when you land, you have about 10 minutes of flying time. So you have enough for one mistake, one go back. But the cabin's nice. Everyone in the cabin is enjoying their supersonic experience, even though we're not supersonic yet. But people like that kind of thing. Right. He hasn't contacted us, London. So I'd imagine he doesn't want us. So therefore, we're just going to continue straight out through the 16,000 Mach 77 at 0.77. You see we're going further and further away from Compton there. That's good. Looking to the overhead then. Lights are all off. Make sure everything's still on. High pressures, auto ignition, seatbelt signs, and the lights are on. You forgot to put the tea on board. If I'm speaking of that, I've actually got my own tea here, so hold on. I brewed it very well tonight. It's a nice one. A lovely looking cockpit then. Proper office deck, as it were. All the dials and switches. So 384 knots. That is the ideal speed. 400 knots is ideal, but we will break the sound barrier, so we don't want to do that. If you were, say, descending, like we will later, and we descended a little bit earlier, we'll hold 400 at 290. But we don't really want to go any faster, because otherwise we'll break the sound barrier, and that is illegal in the UK to break it over the land. So we don't want to do that. There we go, turning towards our next waypoint. This is now turning towards waypoint Kessup. So I'm sure if many of you have watched the tutorial. Burn 10 tons of fuel out of Heathrow, yeah. I have too. A lot. Nope. Hold on. I got to put it to max FPS. Apologies about that. Can't quite get away with the maximum quality. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think if I go to B, it looks a little bit better. We want the clouds though, because they look cool. Right. 20,000 feet. I'm not planning on returning to Heathrow now, so we can turn off our brake fans and leave everything as it is. 20,000 feet then, with 55 miles to run till waypoint 3, Kessup. At this point, we're going to begin our supersonic acceleration. A good fun mega burn at high speed. I believe if I have a look on this, we can see where the planes are. So we got disable tracker hour. Right, we got Jones Aviation behind us. That's Jones Aviation back there, I assume. Can't see. Is he down there? Not able to see Charles. He might already be out across the coastline already if he's begun his acceleration. He just parted a fair bit ahead of us. So I wouldn't be too surprised. Can't see him on the route. Might just be just out of our range then. So, no wonder. That's alright. 22,000 then. We're trying to get up to 280 as fast as we can, because of course the higher up we are, the more efficient Concorde will fly. It's all about efficiency on this flight. Normally across the JFK Bay, it's not too bad, but today we need as much fuel as possible, because right on the edge of Concorde's range. We filled the tanks right up to full today, topping them right up, so we took as much fuel as we could out of Heathrow. And we got 100 people on board. Normally across on the business routes we only have about 89 people on board, because this is a charter flight, so we have got quite a lot of people on board. Enough so that it means we'll need to keep our wits about us. Mach 0.9, not bad. 26,000 feet. According to Volante, he's still behind you. Do you mean Jones Aviation is still behind us? Not bad. I wouldn't be surprised if he is. I'm just wondering where Charles is, Speedbird Concord 1, because he went off before us. I can't see him on our little map. Probably a long way ahead of us. 0.9 then, there we go. 25,000. Suddenly the climb rate seems to have increased, so we must have gone over a little pocket of good air there. Just adjusting our climb rate to get us up a little bit faster than we would otherwise be going up. Engine anti-ice not required. If we go in the first officer seat, have a look down. The temperature currently is 19 degrees outside. So Concorde, the temperature drops as you climb, but because Concorde goes fast, the kinetic energy causes heat. So therefore we're able to... So Jones is still behind. Okay, cool. So because of the kinetic energy, we're able to keep the skin at a temperature that allows us to not have to use anti-ice. The only time we'd use anti-ice is if we're landing somewhere where it's cold, So sometimes in normal aircraft you have to turn on the anti-ice just during the cruise because it gets too cold because you're not going fast enough or something like that. But we're going pretty speedy up at our full twack, so we'll have 127 degrees out on the nose, which is a lot of friction indeed. 27,000 with 29.5 miles to go. This couldn't be tighter, so this is pretty good. We've got Compton still set up. There we go. I think I saw that come on, so we're starting to level off there at 28,000. Mach 0.94. It should accelerate a little bit more. We want to see it 0.95 Mach hold. The throttle's really boosted up there. I'm not quite sure what it's doing. I think I'll leave it on ICO Acquire. I always make that mistake, try and put it onto the hold, where if you leave it on ICO Acquire, I think it almost works better. A lovely British Airways normal Chatham Dockyard. Oh, he's already over the rest of the channel doing Mach 1. Oh, cool. Right. 28,000 then. Prepare for our supersonic acceleration. So we're going to dial in 60,000. Some people dial in 50,000. That's personal choice. I'm going to go for 60 because I know that if it does it right, we'll pass 50,000 and Mach 2 at the same time. So that's fine. Leaving the auto throttle on until 5 miles, we're then going to go for our acceleration. Push that in to make sure it's not trying to follow the heading. We'll prepare for the altitude acquire, and vertical speed will pitch up with the max climb and max cruise on. We'll go for 2, the inboard afterburners and the outboards in pairs. 2 and 3, and then 1 and 4, just to monitor our fuel flow, make sure it all works properly at a manageable time, so we don't have to look at all 4 engines at once. 14 miles then. Not bad. So it's 11:02, and we are airborne. I reckon we departed Heathrow, what, about 20 minutes ago or so? So we departed at 10:40. So we're looking to arrive into Barbados at 11 o'clock local time. Our time will probably arrive at about 2:30, maybe. Zulu. So a while, a long time flight, long flight. This one. We're looking at doing a cross-country flight, navigating with a map, just a map. I'd have my camera on, not on my face, of course, but on our pedestal where I've got an actual real map. And we navigate. Sorry, I sneezed there. You can probably see by the tracker, but we'll navigate using the map and use proper trigonometry and everything to make our way down there. And we've got a nice little payware aircraft I'll be flying along in that. So that should be good fun. I like the idea of doing that, so we'll definitely do that at some point. But for now, we're in Concord. So landing into it's 3.8 miles to the supersonic acceleration. We'll throttle off. Are you ready to acquire with the max climb mode on? Altitude acquire and max climb, that's what you click. And it'll go for it. Vegas turn, altitude acquire, max climb. Here we go, full dry power. Looking down, looking at the engine gauges, watching for the climb rate, there it goes, inboards. Cutting in, outboards, cutting in. And Mach 1 pass, supersonic. No bumps, no bangs, Concord. Superb.
30,000 feet.
What's this? 30,000 feet straight away through. The max climb should just deal with our climb rate and keep it nicely balanced. 32,000. Pitching up a little bit more there. 7,000 feet per minute. Nose comes down a little bit. And we're accelerating. Got 40 miles to our next waypoint. But we got the reheats on now. There's a lot of noise outside. I don't know if you can hear that. Quite as loud as I've got it. It's loud. There we got proper reheats on there, otherwise known as afterburners. streaking us at full speed, as fast as we can go, pretty much. We're accelerating to as fast as we can go. Right, the lights are all off then. Okay, so supersonic acceleration. So if we have a look at, you've got a checklist for this. So the engines go to full, the fuel, we got to keep an eye on that. The reheats and the engines are all good. The climb rate and pitch, it'll manage that for us. Anti-ice as required. Well, we can have a look at the temperature gauge. It says plus 30. Plus 30, we don't need to have anti-ice. So, yeah. Right, you can see how the clouds really disappear as you get to the edge of the UK. Lovely. Mach 1.2 then, so you can see if we lose them in here, it's getting a little bit further away from the gauge. I'll turn off track, hold on. It's getting a little bit further away from the gauge, but it's not getting too far away. Which means it's doing its job. So that's cool. Colimata tried to get it working. They couldn't get it working in version 1, but they've now got it working in version 2, as we see here. So this is good. This is very good. So then we go through a flow here. We're going to head back into the engineer's position now, and as we make our acceleration, we're going to just quick look at everything that's going on. The engines are still in the approach mode. That's not good. They should have been in flyover. Now they'll be in the normal position. Interesting. Should be in the normal. I had Mach 1.3 ramps moving confirmed, normal, and the normal on the engine limiter. That's what we were looking to do there. The brake fans are off. Everything else is good. Should we just confirm we've still got a nice RPM and acceleration? We've been messing around with the engine, so we'd have a look. The cargo position is moving rear, I believe, as we accelerate, of course, because the faster you go, the nose wants to pitch down a little bit more the speedier you go. So we've got to move the fuel back to make sure that it doesn't pitch down too much and maintain that profitable angle. Because you can see, in the climb, with nose is nearly flat. That's exactly how it should be, and that's how you have to have it to be able to accelerate to the speeds we accelerate to. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be able to go supersonic. So we have to have it right up there. So that's very, very nice. We're going through 40,000 feet then. So we had the ramps moving confirmed, cool there. So we can just confirm that ourselves. Ramps. I always lose the gauge here. Somewhere around here, where is it? Oh, there it is. Here they are. See, they're deploying about 20%. I can actually raise or lower them myself. We'll leave them, but... And then you've got engine spill. The engine spill is quite important. If you start to have like a backfire or misfire, the engine spill will allow air that's trying to be compressed and thrust out the back to not be shoved out the back, because that would cause a stall of the engine and it cause a massive explosion. The spill will just open automatically and allow the air out to prevent that from happening, but it's the engineer's job to monitor it. So during the supersonic acceleration, the engineer is very busy moving the fuel back. I don't believe they're allowed or able to move the fuel back in Concord at the moment. I have to see if we are able to, because it would be good fun at some time to actually move the fuel around ourselves, especially during the cruise where we're not got a massive amount to do. It'd be good fun to be moving around the fuel. So, and let's see if we can do that for next stream. That'd be good fun. 109 miles to our next waypoint. Then you can see we've now starting to deviate from Concord's original course. Actually, oh wait, hold on. We've gone through Leslie, so yeah, we are now deviating from Concord's course. Concord would normally head up a bit closer to Ireland. We're heading down south now as we start to pull away from our normal Concord route. Oh no, sorry, no, we got one more waypoint to go with the normal Concord route, and then we pull away. My bad. And then we start turning down south, because we're currently heading west, but if you look on a globe or map, we have got to head quite a far bit west to get to Barbados. I can tell you... Oh yeah, sorry, 1.7, I didn't see that. Reheat off. Still in the max climb mode, it'll pitch the nose down. So I didn't see that Mach 1.7, apologies about that. The reheat now go off, it gets nice and quiet, but we're still fairly supersonic. Sorry, not fairly supersonic, I still mean we're still accelerating up to top speed, because we've still got full power on the engines, which is very important. Just going to have a look then. So I'll currently work out this. I've got a new landing way of landing, which apparently makes, this is what the real pilots do, so hopefully it should make it a little bit nicer on landing, because as we know, not bad at landing Concorde, but not the best. So we've got a nice new landing technique, which could help quite a lot. And then 50,000 feet, the seatbelt signs go off, and the heaters and everything go off. So that's our next sort of phase of checklist. Oh, by the way, I meant to say thank you very much for 140 subscribers, everyone. We're doing very nicely, so thank you very much for that. That's good fun. So yeah, thank you very much for subscribing and being really great. So thank you for that. Cool, 47,000 feet. Then we're looking to pass Mach 2 at 50,000 feet. As it keeps saying, no higher than 51,000 feet or so. If it's 51,200 and then you pass Mach 2, that's all right. But you don't want to be, you know, crazy and just not be at all supersonic, at all twice the speed of sound. But 50,000. That's sort of what that is for, just to make sure that you know roughly what you're doing. I'll show you on the map where we have to go. Turn off the track AR for a minute. If we zoom out here, you can see where we are. There you go. Behind us, you can see Jones Aviation. That's him there. That blob there. Can't see Charles. He's there somewhere, though. He's just ahead of us. He got a lucky gap, and then we had to wait. So we're going down there. Because our current position, if we have a look at a pos. Currently position, west, 625. When we land, we need to be 5929. We need to be 5,929 west. So we're going to be a lot more west. We have got to head, even though it seems like we're sort of heading south for this flight, head a long way west. Is this new landing technique called auto land? No. Haha, no. It's good. I don't know if it'll work. It might like be an absolute slam of a landing, but it's what they normally do. So I read it in a book. So it must be true. Right, 5A and 7A are empty, but we'll turn them off when we get to 50,000 feet. Right, so here's coming up to 50. So we're looking for Mach 2 any second now.
50,000 feet.
Max Cruise selected. Max Climb and Max Cruise selected. Don't know why it's done that. Does Max Climb? Max Climb stays on. Sorry, my bad. Max Climb and Max Cruise go on, and it basically is going to drop the nose a little bit, I think. Oh no, I got to wait for these two. Max Climb still. And then with the Max Cruise goes on as we... Something like this, hold on. I go vertical speed. Drop the nose. Allow the speed to build to Mach 2. Once Mach 2, Max Climb, Max Cruise. That's what happens, I think. I'll be corrected in the chat. Don't think it works. Tried before, the plane did nothing. Yeah, I don't think Concord had an auto-land system. You might tell me wrong, but I'm pretty sure. I've never, ever, in anything, seen them land it automatically. Using auto-land, so I assume it was always manual. Right, there you go, so we're not supersonic, not twice the speed of sound. Yep, that was not very good. And that to come down slightly before we go. Ooh, we're going quite high, but not supersonic yet. Come on. We are supersonic, I mean twice the speed of sound, not super cruise. A little bit more, come on. 197, 198. Come on. I think we got a bit of a headwind then. Passing Mach 2. Fantastic. So, Max Climb, Max Cruise on. Boom. Have a look at the wind. We got 37 knots from 276. It has got water land. If it was foggy, the pilots would. Interesting. I was reading a book and he was saying that they always did it manually and never had auto landing. So I'll have to do a bit of research on that. If you're saying it doesn't. Right, we're supersonic. So super cruising. Oh, so now, I didn't forget, I'm about to. Seatbelt signs off, pressure static heaters can go off, and the ADS engine probe heaters can go off. The engine flight rating goes to flight and cruise. We're now, as they say, super cruising. 5A and 7A go off. You get low pressure warning, that's fine. And that's pretty much it. The electrical SSB is closed. Check. They've got the galley on because they're now allowed to start making food. Normally they wait for this final turn, which is now our turn to split from the Concorde track and actually head across onto our own track, heading down southwest towards Barbados at Mach 2. So that's pretty cool. So we're on the route now. Got a long way to go, but this is pretty nice. Oh, you make sure there's a button on the autopilot that says auto land. Oh, there is. Oh, interesting. Huh. Well, I have to have a look at that. Thank you, Jones. I'll have to have a look at that then. Send a message to Haynes saying they're wrong. You're right there is auto land. I will send. Yeah, let's see if it sends them to them because it says it doesn't have auto land. Maybe that's like an earlier version. I don't know. But if this, yeah, it does have auto land, so I won't try it. But yeah, interesting. Very bad landing at Kennedy the other day. You know, in the tutorial I was recording, what I didn't show on the recording, I had to go around once because what had happened is the weather engine on X-Plane, as I descended, had kept the haze. So I didn't see the runway till about 10 feet, by which point it was far too late, especially when you're doing the Canarsie turn for the landing, when you have to be able to see the runway. It was not very pretty, so yeah. So I had to cut that a little bit out, change the weather to clear, come back around, and have another go. So I had to do a slight change. You will notice it in the footage when you watch it, but I had to change it because oops, it had not done it properly. But we are very supersonic, and the frames are holding. It was literally that. I had my flight models at 10 per second, so it was trying to make the aircraft fly. So the aircraft flew really well, but it was far too heavy on the frame. So we've turned it back down a little bit because you don't actually need it to be doing that. So we've turned it down a little bit. That's well and good. Oh, speed's dropping slightly. Oh, we're not twice speed of sound anymore. Uh-oh. What do I do now? Because it should be monitoring that itself. It is at full power. It should be doing that itself. Oh, there you go. It's creeping back up. Ooh, would have been interesting to see that. Well, I don't know if it would be actually interesting. It was just like making the Canarsie turn. I was thinking, oh, this is bad visibility. You know, this is going to be difficult. But I was following my charts, and so I was confident, you know, I could see it and would be alright. And I was turning it around. We were at a good bank angle. I had the charts beneath me looking to follow it in. And the runway never came into view. So I then, 400 feet, I was like, oh god, past the minimum point at that point. So I should have gone around slightly earlier. But I was recording at that point, so I kind of didn't want to go around. I wanted to land it. But, 400 feet, 200 feet, 10. It went 50, 40, 30, and I still couldn't see the runway. And then I saw the runway, but we were lined up with the taxiway. Because, of course, if you can't see the runway, I couldn't get in line with it. And it's called a VOR visual. So you do need to see visual. But I didn't go around because I was just sort of like wanted to get the plane down. So I should have probably gone around slightly earlier, but then I was like, uh-oh. So full power, didn't touch the ground, which is nice. Sometimes when you do a go around, you sometimes bump the ground, especially in Concord. So that was nice. So we just rolled up full power, afterburners on, blattered through 300 knots. I had to immediately slow back down to 250. Pulled it around, head back down across the bay, and had another go. And then that time we landed properly. But sometimes the weather engine in Concord causes that. If that happens, go to clear skies and then back to live weather. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. It worked much better. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. I switched it like clear and then back, and it worked. But yeah, it was just really weird, because it was like I kind of knew it had to be a bug. There wasn't the sort of visibility where you got cloud that you can't see through. It was like a proper could not see through. It was quite amusing. So I just sort of carried on just for fun, to see what would happen. But we cut that out of the recording, because the recording, the tutorial is supposed to be like a professional. This is how it's done. So I didn't want, them seeing a ropey go around. So we got rid of that. Well, at this point in the flight, normally what would happen is if we go left a bit, go left a bit, go left. Do it not let me move? Turn off tracker out. Can I now move? Yes. Move forward a bit. Stop there. Oh no. Okay, fine. Right, looking left. The door's open. I forgot to close it. Okay. Well, that's good because passengers can now come up and see the flight deck, and they can join us and come sit in the captain's chair. So if we scooch the captain's chair back so that people can get in. They go a long way back, this chair. And they go like up and down. We go down. I'm pretty sure we get. Oh. Whoa. That was cool. It's a good chair. It's a good chair. Use active sky for weather. Ah, I'll have a look at that right now. Let's get rid of that. Nice. This was quite nice. I can actually do stuff during the stream rather than just worrying about frames. Active sky for explain level. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. Just flight products, is it? How much is it? Active sky. Well, I have a Just Flight account. What does it do? It's just supposed to, fix it all. Is it worth it? Do you know what I mean? I know you'll probably say it is, but like, is it actually worth it? Because this isn't too bad, but it will do those weird bugs sometimes. It's not too bad though. Oh, hold on. I'm getting spam message. I must open up. Open up that. Ooh, frames might drop a little bit during this point. Hold on. Cancel. I'm trying to take a screenshot. Let's go out here. Yeah, it's really good. I think if I sat in it, I'd go all the way back. Me. 5'11". It's quite a 5'11". Crikey. It's quite a small little flight deck. Copy that. Send this. Now you know. The easiest way to send a photo from your computer to your phone is to use WhatsApp and have a chat set up that's with yourself and send messages like that. That's how I get photos across to get it onto Instagram from my computer. Real weather, but more accurate than the built-in weather engine. Cool. Well, have a look at that, Casey. Thank you very much. If you're just tuning in, welcome along. We're on Concord, cruising at 56,000 feet. Oh god, we're dropping away from Mach 2, sorry. Cruising at 56,000 feet, making our way up to 60,000 feet for our super cruise. The speed is dropping off a little bit, and that's just because we're heavy. So what we're going to do is probably it's balancing it because it wants us to not lose speed. So see, let's drop the nose now to allow the speed to rise slightly, so I can see the needle moving a little bit. So I imagine the speed will tick back up. That's how that's going to work. Well, I'm just going to sort out that screenshot I sent. There you go, we're ticking back up. Basically, it's going to manage it all and make sure that we don't overspeed, make sure that we don't stall, all this good stuff. So it's just keeping an eye on the plane for us as we just cruise along. So the one problem, we got a lovely livery online today, but of course the one problem with it is it does mean some of the lights in the flight deck don't work, such as the INS lights, which makes it a little bit difficult sometimes to manage speed, manage all important stuff. So it can be a little bit difficult. It's hanging around just under Mach 2, and that's just because we're heavy. So I imagine we won't go much higher than 56,000 feet. So the max cruise setting, it keeps an eye on all the speeds for us. It keeps an eye on all the speeds for us and manages all our speed settings. But what it sometimes doesn't do yeah, so it manages all the speed and keeps us, good. And what it also does, it keeps us in a gentle cruise climb up to 60,000 feet, because Concorde had a block between 50 and 60,000 feet, so that it could do a nice cruise climb. And the reason we had this block is because it had to go this high to be able to do stuff, but to be able to break the sound barrier. But it meant it had that great perk that it could do a cruise climb. And doing a cruise climb just allows the aircraft to sit without, so that you can sit at full power, and it means you can go a little bit faster, of course. So currently we're doing 1153 along the ground. Apparently, when coming back from JFK normally, you could do 1,300. So we've obviously got a little bit of windage today. If we have a look on the aircraft, we can see we've got 61 knots crosswinds. So that's why we're pointing a little bit off course from our heading, of course, because we're being blown across the route. So that's not too good. As Jones said, though, you probably want to put the seat back if we're getting people in the flight deck. Can I drag it? No. Put the seat back. We're getting people in the flight deck here. There's a jump seat over there. I might set up a custom view where I'm in the jump seat. That'd be pretty cool. So yeah, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat then. I'll get some music on just in a second. But for now, we're just enjoying the supersonic cruise. So you can change it to whatever your weather, of course. Yeah. I tend to always fly on live because it makes it more interesting. You know, we took off. We had a big green block of weather, which we had to avoid. I didn't actually avoid it because it wasn't in our flight path, so it didn't actually matter. But you know, if it had been, it's not that if you're on clear skies or whatever, it might not have been there. And if you're not on real weather, you don't want to fly on vatsim really, because it can cause a couple of problems. You can't do it. Right, so the lights, the pressure static heaters are all off. What's our temperature on the skim? Doing 123 degrees. That's nice. No, we're not too burning up. Where's Jones Aviation? We can see him on our map. There he is behind us. Just over 25 miles per hour. We don't want to, after what happened last time, I don't want to get within 25 miles of someone. I don't know if Jones, you're watching, just hover around there. I know it's difficult. You don't want to speed up and slow down, but I don't want to get too close because I had to do a big pull off to the left and slow down. So I don't want to do that again. And it's quite possible a San Juan controller could come online because I did speak to a couple of them, so we could get a controller. San Juan is just north of Barbados, and that's my home area. So I speak to a couple of them, and some of them said they'll hop online as center controller as we go through. I believe we're above their altitude, but by that point, when we'd be descending, we'd be in their airspace, so that'd be fine. Jones is getting close. Yeah, he is. I know. And this is always the problem. This is why group flights are fun, but they are slightly annoying. Because if he gets within 25 miles, what happened last time is he got sent straight. It's not a problem, but it just means one of us gets diverted the closer we go. So it's just a pain, really. And I'd say if we do get a controller online, I do not want to be diverted like I did last time. Barbados does have some good controllers. They normally hop online when they see traffic. That's what I've found over time. So if they don't see traffic, they won't hop online. But yeah. Hit the brakes. I'll hit the brakes and it'll fly right by. That's a great line. I hit the brakes and it'll fly right by. Yeah, go away. Alright, let's have a look where we are. We're pretty much the only planes heading down, right? Yeah. Whoa, Speedboat Concord 1. He's a long way ahead. What? We've all got different, so Jones is slant 8 Hotel. I'm slant Lima. And Speedboat Concord 1 slant Zulu. We're all heading the same direction though. He's 100 feet above me. Jones is 100 feet below me. We've got 3,111 miles to run. Should we have a look at what the range thinks we can do? It thinks we can do 2,622 miles. Uh-oh. That's good. It's all good. Well, yeah, it is a long way, but the thing is, that's why I love Concorde. We're going to do this in 1.7 miles. Bloody hell, Jones. Don't slow down too much. You don't want to It's very kind of you, but we don't want to. I don't want to actually wreck your flight by slowing up too much. I know you're a fan of just shoving back on the afterburners though. Set the limiter to 250. Not limited to speed bug, so I'm going to set it to 250 just so I have an awareness of where 250 is. And then see our nice speeds there. So in theory, the aircraft will calculate. It's got our V1s and V noise. So it's got a current. We're only doing 380 knots. Oh, we are. Mach 2, of course. But it's got the visual reference speed. It's got some interesting speeds here. I'm not sure what our landing weight is. So it's got a current gross weight, of course, with far too heavy for landing, but that's no problem. I think we were just under our maximum takeoff weight. I think we were 100. Pushing back from stand, we were too heavy. I know we were 185.7 tons. But I believe by the time we got to the runway, we were just under our takeoff weight. We burned, between going to the Bristol Channel and from pushing back from Heathrow, we burned 10 tons of fuel, which is a lot of fuel to burn. Lewis Hughes, you got the back ballers on. Oh right, yeah, you just shove the afterburners on, and you whack back up to speed. Well, thank you very much, Jones. I appreciate that. You can see we've got you there on the iPad there. Okay, Lewis Hughes. I tried Heathrow to JFK, managed to get to Compton barely. Then I think the INS waypoints is deleted, so to come back. I don't think the heading knob was pulled out, so I wasn't turning properly. So gonna try again. Oh well, please do try again. If you do have any questions, I released the second video on the tutorial series. I don't know if that helps. It's a difficult departure from Compton, from Heathrow. Very difficult indeed. I've got the charts open here. We can have a quick look. So you tune in 113.6 on this side. So you put 113.6 on this side. I can move all this around. I just can't actually click stuff. So you can tune 113.6, and then you're going to set 256 on here. You set 256 there, and that means if we switch to rad, you'd see like a thing, and when the line that's outputted starts to come into the middle, that's when you're sort of at this point here, and you're going to turn left, and you're going to follow the heading 256, so that you've got like a straight line like we see now. The straight line means that we're directly on the course we should be. It's like an ILS basically. If you've flown the Airbuses, it's like the ILS system. And then when you get to 7 DME, which it'll read out there, 7 miles, you're going to turn right 268, because you'll have had 268 programmed in here. And what you want to do is, you have to fly it manual to this point, 7 DME here. Otherwise it just doesn't really work. So once you get to this 7 DME, turn right 268, you're going to pull that out, and you're going to click track heading. You pull that out, track heading, autopilot 1 on. I normally have 250 knots primed up before departure in here, and as soon as I do the noise abatement, start throttling back and turn the afterburners on, I go auto throttle ICA acquire, and it'll hold 250 knots for me, which just means I can focus on flying the plane and getting it through the VOR departure, because it is a little bit hectic in Concord because it's quite quick. So 268, track heading. You're then heading along on this heading with the autopilot. You can put the autopilot on, altitude acquire, vertical speed, dial the vertical speed up to about 2,000 feet per minute, and now you're heading safely towards the Woodley VOR, which you can tune in. Sometimes I know people don't. It's not. I like to do it because it appears on here. You can see where you're going. But you sort of can get these charts up, and when you get to Woodley VOR, which if you don't tune the Woodley VOR, you can see it's DME 13 from Compton. So what you're doing, 268, you're on the 268. As you're heading between these 2 points here, you want to then tune. So I'm flying along, heading 268. I'm going to retune in 1435. So I've now got Compton set up on my side, and I'm then going to dial in 281, which is as it says per these charts here, 281. And when I see that we're 13 miles from Compton, which it will read here, I'm then going to push this back in and click VOR lock. When I click VOR lock, the aircraft is, you don't even have to push that in. You can just, if you're on track heading, say, you can then click VOR lock, and the plane will turn right towards Compton. As it gets towards Compton, this is good. You're now on the right track. You're heading towards Compton. You're probably at this point, 7,000 feet or so if you're climbing straight up. If you've got control online, you're probably down at 6,000, say. And as you pass over Compton, you're then going to click INS navigation, having programmed in these waypoints down here. Which reminds me, 6 to 7, we need to actually reprogram in ours. But as you're heading over, you're then going to click the INS navigation, and bam, you're now heading on the INS navigation, hopefully. You said it deleted your waypoints. Were you using the Seaver Phillips Payway? If so, it can sometimes get a little bit confused. So you've got to make sure on your plugins list you can't see the Phillips Seaver if you're not using it. If you are using it, but you don't want to use it anymore, make sure it's not there. Then the iPad, as you see here. So what I have done, if I bring the iPad over here, I haven't programmed in my route through the iPad. That sometimes confuses people, but yeah, I haven't done it through this G1000 thingy. I've done it through the INS. But the line will appear on here, because this just pulls from the INS. Whatever route you've got on the INS, it pulls in here. So the line will appear on here. And that's good, because if the line's appearing on here, it means your waypoints are programmed in. If the line's not appearing on here, it means you probably haven't got the waypoints programmed in. So just remember, as you're about to watch me do now for these new waypoints, you type in your waypoints. So now we're replacing, I'm just going to check. I always check before I start programming. Waypoint 9 is 4136, that's waypoint 9. Now we're going to program waypoint 10 into position waypoint 1. So north 3422, 3422, decimal 0, west 0400.0, and then don't forget insert. And you'll see if you've got a 0, say it'll disappear because it's trying to do it. Back boys on, I'm exactly 25 miles. Fantastic, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. That is perfect. 25 miles is exactly where we want you. Cool, now we go to waypoint 2. So now I'm programming waypoint 11 into the waypoint 2 gap. This is where you got to sort of, I wrote it all out so that I can then visually see it, because it's sometimes if you're working through a sort of electronic flight plan, you can't like write on it and make notes and things. So I sometimes draw a line to say this is where I got to, so that I know what programming level I've done. It's quite important. And then don't forget that insert. You're probably lighting up. The reason it's not lighting up is because we're in this livery. This livery seems to conflict with it. I've noticed if you're not in the default livery, or a livery that works straight away, I had to change the name of the file to be able to get this one to work. If you're not in one that works straight away, the lights don't work. It's kind of annoying, but I go with it because it's this livery Concord flew down to this place, so we'll just use 243.8.0 west 0500, and bam, the insert. Number 4 north 180. You can see the big gaps between the north. Normally you don't have this if you're going to JFK, but because we're going down to going down to Barbados, you get these big gaps because we're really going straight down south. Waypoint 5, it's the last one we can fill. So it's north 1321.0 west 059037.0, and insert that. And then we can't program in the rest there because we don't want to overwrite waypoint 6, but we now have the next couple of waypoints programmed in, so that is good. We're still Mach 2 twice speed sound, so that's nice. It's kept us there. We're doing 30 frames. This is good. It's going quite well. He was on the regular one in the flight deck in the cockpit. Yep. So this one here. Good. When you got to Compton, I switched to INS and it just flipped out. So I checked to see if any waypoints were set right, and they just weren't altogether. Odd. Were you in the default livery? So my recommendation is try it in the default livery, or default livery, however you say it. That's really odd. When you program them, did you go to a waypoint? Were you still in the pause position? I sometimes forget to do that, and it's a bit silly thing to do, but I do sometimes do it. And none of them program in. And if you're using the aircraft one, the waypoints will remain there. So when you load into your next flight, so if you fly today, when I load in to Heathrow tomorrow, so to do Concord flight, the waypoints will still be in there, but they'll be in there for this flight, so you've got to remember to redo them. Even if you've gone Heathrow to JFK, and your next flight you're doing Heathrow to JFK again, reprogram the waypoints. So that's quite important, otherwise they won't actually work. Even though they look like they're here, they're not actually there. Did you click insert every time? That would be one of them. If you clicked it and it just sort of went haywire. I don't know, Jones Aviation and Charles, can you help me out here in the chat? You guys are also Concorde pilots. What do we think? Why would it just go wrong? I don't really know. Trying to think. Right, I'm going to turn down X-Plane and get some music on, but I'll have a look, Lewis. I'll have a Google for you and see what I can find out. I'm not too sure why that would happen. I have to find out. God, pause it so that we don't hit the advert. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. And the quality can go down to... I'll whack the quality down on these videos, otherwise you get a bit of lag. Cool. And we minimise that. That keeps our frames up. Right, if that's too loud, let me know. If it's good, let me know. Make sure your rad INS switch is on the INS. Can't count how many times. Speedbird livery. Are you in this livery, not the Landor livery? Try it in the Landor livery. This livery does mess up some things. I don't know why it does it. I'm trying to have a look at why it does it. But if you're on this livery, you don't get light switches for these. I don't know if it's just me. I don't get these. I don't get lights, and I can't do instrument backlighting. Which is weird. Speedbird livery, not Landor. I think you're in waypoints. The rad, yeah. Switch it to INS. That can help. He's right. That'll help. Don't know if it's necessary to do it, but it definitely would make a difference. So, yeah, that's a good idea. 56,800. We're nicely climbing up. I didn't leave the flight deck. I was going to put us back in this position in the cabin, but I didn't leave the flight deck. Should we go have a tour through the cabin? Frames might drop. If they drop too low, we'll have to get rid of it. Adrian Delta, quick question. I was following your EGL K-oil. The aircraft flew right past waypoint 9 without heading to the waypoint 1 and forced with the waypoint change. Is this normal? So I did it in the tutorial. I think I do waypoint change 9-1. It's fairly normal. Yeah, Adrian Dosser, yeah, it's fairly normal. It didn't used to do it, but after this new update, yes, I wouldn't. Don't worry, that is what you have to do. You'll watch later on when we get to waypoint 9. I'll probably do this. All you have to do is let it pass through waypoint 9. So, you know, imagine I'm about to pass through waypoint 9. As we pass through waypoint 9, let it start to do whatever weird thing it's going to do, and then click waypoint change 9-1, insert waypoint change, and it will then follow your new heading. It's basically like a direct to, and that should fix your problem. I know what you mean. Don't worry, it is normal. It's an odd thing that it's happening, but it seems to be happening with the new update version 2. Didn't used to do it, so hopefully they'll release a sort of patch thing in a minute, maybe. I don't know. It's not too much of an issue, but yes, that is. Don't worry, that is entirely normal. Try that, and that should hopefully work. Quick look at the fuel panel then. You normally, when I was watching a video on how he moved the fuel around in real life, they click something. I think they turn on these pumps and send the fuel back. It's all in auto though, because the flight engineer is doing it. But if we ever wanted to do it ourselves, I think if you get Copilot, I'm pretty sure if you get Copilot mod, which you can pay for it, the perfect. Yeah, works fine after. Okay, yeah, cool. That means I guess you have to now do it. Oh, I closed the door. Get back here. If you can get a Copilot mod for about £4, I think it is. Buy different licenses of it, and it allows you to. It has Colimata Concorde as a new thing. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to have a look. But it means you can have someone doing the flight engineer position, running that. Someone flying, someone being the Copilot, setting up all the radios, which is right. Don't click here. You might open the door, and that could cause problems. So yeah, that's quite cool. I might have a look at that, see if I heard it. I've heard about it. I don't know if it was actually true. Right, you should be able to like open the door here and go into the toilet, I think. Maybe it's not these loose. We just moved through the galley there, though. You see the galley looking really nice, very nice. Move back into the passenger cabin. Hold down shift, move a little bit faster. Passenger cabin, passenger cabin. Oh. Ah, yes. I think we should read this. I won't read it out loud, I'll let you guys read it. A very sad moment for all aviation at that time. So it's nice to be able to recreate what Concorde did, to remember them. Mach 2, 57,000 feet, minus 57 degrees, 1,270 miles an hour. That is very good. We're going pretty quick now. Now these little gaps in the ceiling, so you can see a bit of light. Now what it is it's because they do simulate the expansion of the flight deck here in the Colimata Concorde, the expansion of the aircraft. But obviously they can't quite fix it, that's why there's a bit of light coming through. What that is that's the body, with gaps now, allowing a bit of light through. It's very difficult to fix it. I imagine it's very difficult. So I think they've done a very good job. But that's what those little gaps are. That is because we're now going supersonic. They weren't there when we first took off. Is this a door I can open? Ah, that's the door I can open. Can I open this door? Ah, ha ha! You can close the toilet door and then open it. Ah, very nice. And go in. Should go in. I think you can flush it too, can't you? Just close the door. That's pretty cool. Oh god, did I open the door? Go have a look at this. I think I opened the door. Oh, I thought I had there. That would have been scary. You can flush the loo, can't you? This is very nice. Very cool. Let's move on down the plane. And let's move on down the plane. Very nice, very nice. Mach 2, 57,000. Everyone will be going up to the flight deck now. You see we've got the door open. Looking lovely. We move back up into the plane. What was I having a look at? What was I... Oh yeah, see, gap. That's cool. This is cool. That's cool. There's a gap formed. See that? See this little gap? That gap. That wasn't there when we took off. It's because of the expansion and heat of the aircraft. That really happened in real life. How amazing is it that they added that in X-Plane? I think that's so cool. The faster you go, then you get the gap forming. I think that's just amazing. I just think that's really cool. So remind me to have a look at that when we land and see if it's gone closed back up, because I know he put this hat in here there, didn't he? And as it got slower. My question is, how do you keep the hat up before it closed? So that's pretty cool. Should we have a look at the map where we are? There we are. Turn duration just slipping in and out of 25 miles. That's pretty good. We're well over the Atlantic. They're pretty much in the middle of nowhere now. Our diversion airports are Tango Foxtrot, and Tango Alpha Papa Alpha. I don't know the actual names of them, but they're our diversion fields. So we'll have a look at them later on. Right, but have a look down at the control panel. So basically, you do your big reprogramming from waypoint 6 to 7. You do the big reprogramming of all of it. But then, after every time you pass through the next waypoint, you reprogram them. It's just sort of how it works. So we did waypoint 5, 13210. But going down here, I don't think we need to replace it, because waypoint 6 would then be, let's have a look at this, our arrival. And it's a bit early, but I didn't have a look before we departed. I was a bit, I woke up a bit later than I was hoping to, so a bit of a stress before stream. Amazing, yeah, isn't it? The KC is cool the way it formed. And the hat's at the Manchester one, yeah, that's Bravo Oscar Alpha Charlie, so that's this aircraft. BOAC TPPB. Is there not a... There isn't an arrival. Pretty sure there was. Oh, there's approaches. Oh. Zulu. Well, no, I know we're landing 09. You always land 09. There's no really... There's another arrival, really. So you need to run a 181 heading. Well, I know we need to go to Bannock then. Because from our waypoint, we then want to head to Bannock, so... I think I can program in the coordinates for Bannock. If I have a look... I go to Navigraph, can I have a look at it? Because I want the coordinates for Bennock, basically. So, should we search? Can I search? Bennock. Oh, I guess you can only do airports. Okay, interesting. Oh, there's a pavement. No. Worth reading through these notes. Hang on, I'll get the course. Yeah, thanks. Because basically, I know our waypoints, our final waypoint's about here. We then want to head to Bennock. We ideally want to have that programmed into the INS. Because if you've got Bennock programmed in, you reach Bennock, you can then turn 181 south. So set that there. Doing this very early, but it's worth a go. You then turn 181 south to Olido, and the reason you know Olido is because you've got 112.7 programmed in, and you'll be exactly 12.4 miles. You can then turn left onto the ILS 110.1. Once you're on the ILS heading in, you can 0901 on that. So I'll just get Navigraph up and get it on mine. Because you're saying you needed to. Yeah. Turn on the television so you can see. Okay. Navigraph up. TB, PB. Oh no, sorry. Bennock, that's what I'm looking for. Bennock, there is she be. Coordinates. 1325.3, would that make sense? 5.3, so that would imply it's further north than our final waypoint, because if I go flights, new flight from Simbrief, yep, that one. So our final waypoint is that one. We then want to head across to Bennock. Also radar vector myself, yeah, we can do that. So our final waypoint is north of the island. What you normally do is fly down the west coast, actually. So if I get the TBPB charts up. We won't head to BKN. That's not going to be our waypoint. We'll head to this waypoint, because what it does is fly down the west coast, Concord. Now I see it, it makes sense. And the ILS Zulu is here. So they normally capture it about here, because Elixir is the capture for the ILS. Thank you very much for the coordinates, Mr. Generation, but I think I've messed you around here. So what's going to happen? If I overlay charts, you can have a look here. So we reach our final waypoint here. We're then going to turn south, and along the coast of the island, like Concord would do, we're just going to follow that coast of the island. So it's about a 175 maybe. It could be like 175, something like that. So 175, we're going to go down the coast. 2,000 feet towards the waypoint Elixir, which I'll have to get the coordinates of. On reaching Elixir, we then turn left into the ILS. They're then quite close, because Elixir's only 7 miles. Makes for a very snazzy arrival, though. So that's how it's going to go, I think, to make the nice approach down the beach and get some cool replays. That's how they used to do it, because they already. I was reading they flew down the coast of Barbados. I knew they flew on the west coast. Maybe they did fly. No, maybe they did. They wouldn't fly on the west coast, would they? I think you're right there. They did go to Bennock and then in. That would make sense. That would make more sense. That would make much more sense, actually. Yeah, so we'll head to Bennock. It's early, Rex. Sorry, Lewis, I didn't read your thing. Did you hear about that time when his new flight engineer put the flight logbook in the gap during cruise and forgot to get it out? Had to fill it out on the next flight. It says you have to do it after landing. That's funny. You gotta, you don't wanna, yeah, you gotta watch out. Right, so we do want the Bannock coordinates, as Jones Aviation has kindly given us. Can you all still see? Good. So the coordinates Jones Aviation has given us are correct, because we have that waypoint, although interestingly, it seems to go higher north. 25 north is higher north than our last waypoint. So our last waypoint is 1360. Huh. I've got 1321. That's our last waypoint. Maybe I've got slightly wrong coordinates. It's interesting. Navigraph reckons 1321 for this waypoint. 1321. Wait, hold on. 1321. That's what I got. Oh no, so that's what I've got. And then Bannock. Interesting. Because you must be seeing what I'm seeing. So northwise, this is 1321 north. Okay. Bannock is 1325.3 north. So it's higher north. What? You must see what I'm doing here. Level out on about 2 miles. Ah, cool. So that's what we'll do. So we'll go to Elixir. So we'll forget Bannock. Forget this Bannock nonsense. We'll go from here, flying down the coast there using our headings and stuff, flying right along the coast, and we'll roll out onto Elixir, straight towards Elixir. So we'll have that 271 radial set up. So we get the ILS is going to be on the first officer side. So the ILS has got 0901 as his ILS heading. Okay, pretty cool. That does sound pretty cool. So 0901, that's the ILS set up on his side. On our side, we're going to have the waypoint Elixir set up. So it's 271 radial. 271 radial. And our heading is going to be about 175. No, that would be that way. So we want to be 185, sorry. I got that side wrong. 187, 185, something like that. And we're going to sort of track along the side of the coast. This will be quite cool. We'll go right down the coast to the side of the coast, low at about 2,000 feet. So that should be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be a pretty cool approach. Right, let's just check our distancing, spacing. Oh, he's just under 25 miles. No worries. What altitude are we at? 57,000. He's level with us. Also, I think. I'm quite sure.
Fuel status 60 tons.
Just after the 60 ton point. And if I have a look on Navigraph, I don't think we're that far through. We might have to do I don't know what. I mean, we might have to do a cheat refuel here. And I'm not one for cheating. I'm going to have a look on Navigraph for how far we are. But I'm not one for cheating. But I don't want to crash. I want to get to Barbados. It'd be nice. So hold on. We took off with 90 tons. Halfway is about there. You can't see, sorry. There you go. Halfway is like... Not there. Go away. Halfway is like there. Yeah, G1000 Concord. Yeah. It's just there. It makes it easier so I can see where planes are. Halfway across is about there, say. Halfway across. We'll remember decel as well. We don't use as much fuel on decel, so that's fine. Halfway, if we had 95 tons or so, we should have about 47 tons of fuel. We're on 60 tons at this point. I imagine we will have about 47 tons when we get to there. When they're descending, of course, so descent we use a lot less fuel than we did. We used a lot of fuel on the afterburner climb and everything. So we should be actually perfect. So that's cool. G1000 in Concord, I know, I don't like to cheat, but I know it's sort of is, but sometimes you have to use them, switch inches, so I can see what you see. Cool. Yeah, no, I agree, but sometimes you have to see what other planes are doing, where they are. It's because it gives me the good ring. I can see that he's under 25 miles now, so I either need to speed up or he needs to slow down, so that we maintain a good separation. Especially because in real life, the Concorde, the shockwaves created from Concorde, meant they couldn't fly within 50 miles of each other, or they had to have 4,000 vertical feet of separation, which is a long way. Because I know when they tried to chase the eclipse in Concord, they each had different routes they'd fly, and they were 4,000 feet separation, so one would block from 52 to 56, the other one was blocking from 56 to 60,000 feet, so they kept a good separation at all times. We're at absolute max throttle we can be at. A fair amount of fuel being used up. Cool, well, I'm going to shove you in the flight back in the back of the plane, guys. Or we prefer to be in the nose. How about that? That's quite cool. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Get some food. See you in a bit, guys. Maybe 10 minutes or so. So, I do apologise. Gotta get some food. Uh-oh. Crikey, I didn't see that. Oops. Right, that's bad. Goodness me, I saw this all message in the chat. I was like, what? The gear going down? God, okay. Right, we'll engage the afterburners. We've got to build back up our speed. Lost it there, apologies guys. The afterburners have to go on, we have to burn a bit more thrust to increase our speed back up to cruise speed. Oh god, this is bad. The gear were just down. Crikey, we've burned a lot of fuel here in our acceleration again. Bloody hell, that could have been bad. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Jones Aviation. I think she's climbing again. Come on, up we go. Let's make all of the climb again. We're climbing nicely as well. Ay. This is why you should, yeah, you guys gotta pay attention at Concord. Right. Yeah, let's roll back and climb. I'll just let it climb, hold on. This is just, don't look if you're looking for tutorials, well, don't watch this. I'm going to climb with the afterburners just to get us back up to 56,000 feet, at which point I will then disable them back into the cruise climb. But I need to get us back up to 56, otherwise we won't be as efficient as we were. And we won't burn too much fuel holding it here. Let's have a look. Do a quick calculation. May or may not have taken a screenshot. Oh god, this is bad. That's in real life that would have been game over. But I'll leave it for now. Right, the afterburners are still on. She is absolutely rocketing back up to altitude we were at. That was not good. Apologies, people. I was I'm not setting a good example, am I? Interesting. Look, I'll go to where we have 55 tons of fuel left, because that should keep us to our halfway point, which is just after our next waypoint. So that should allow us to be nice. Very nice, Charles. Just seeing your screenshot and explain pics. That's lovely. Send through the one I got of us. Right, 53,000. We're climbing back. I'm gonna get us up to 57 at least. But it's cool. I can just put in these max climb, max cruise, and it'll do it for us. It'll just balance our climb rate and everything. This is not good. If you're just joining me, I am in the flight deck, but not really, because the problem was I must have, when I got up, accidentally flicked the gear down. And so what's happening now is the plane had the gear down and it was actually going to drop out the sky. So I've raised the gear, and we're now got the afterburners on at full throttle, just to bring us back up to a nice 56,000 feet. We are going to burn a little bit more fuel, so I might have to top up the tanks just a little bit, which is not good, but I have to top them up just a little bit, because I got to burn a bit more fuel to get us back up to 57,000 feet. We're coming up to 10. We've done 10 minutes of burn at this point. That's the other thing I got to watch. 10 minutes of burn, fuel rate. I'll probably leave it there, I guess. We'll level off 55,000 and I'll switch them off. Not good. Not good, people. This is not good. We will try to correct that. Not good. Right, we have to cut them off now because we're burning so much fuel. I can't keep that flow rate going. The nose should drop when it realises we're no longer got the afterburners on. Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. You just missed that. Good. That was very bad. That's very bad. Very bad indeed. So, I'm glad you heard that, Jones. You were listening, obviously, to the stream, and you heard the flight engineer say gear down. That the music is a bit loud, Raj Dad. Turn it down a little bit. Gone down a little bit. This song's quite loud. Right, let's just have a look where the planes are. Right, here we are. So they're at 58,000. Oh god, we are quite low. It's because we gear drop. We're making our way back up through 55, and we're quite lighter. We're much lighter than they are probably now, so we'll quite easily join back up to our cruising altitude. But oh my god. Right, I have to keep an eye on that next time then. Sorry for that, anyone who's watching for tutorial purposes. That did not happen. I do apologise. It's the hazards of getting up out your flight sim seat when you've got to go do something. Must have knocked the gear switch, and it just returned from getting myself. How did that happen? Oh yeah, so I stood up. I think I hit the keyboard or something, hit the G button, something like that, and I put the gear down, and basically gear went down. Speed dropped, of course, back to down, a long way down. Luckily, the sim didn't crash. Sometimes it can crash. It gets a bit stressed. But, that's fine. We're back up through 56,000. So that's fine. We've burned a little bit more fuel than I want to do. So I will have to check when we get to the halfway point. Either reduce or increase the volume of fuel. But our speed is a lot lower than it was. So this is just this is chaos. Nice experiment. Yeah, it certainly is it not? It certainly is. I can tell you, I'm a little bit cross though. It's not good. It's messed up my nice cruise climb. We're at 50. We're Jones is so close, is he? It's been caught up a bit because I messed up there. Yeah, getting close again. I almost lost the entire flight though. Gotcha. Right, we have to maintain 4,000 feet of separation. But he is high enough, yeah. How high, much higher is he than us? He's 1,300 feet higher than us, apparently. It's not quite high enough. We'd want him a little bit higher for separation, but you don't exceed 60,000 otherwise, yeah. Break it. Right, we haven't got much go around after Burneth. Right, we're coming up to waypoint 9, by the way, so this is where we're going to do that waypoint change, whoever was asking earlier. So that was a shocker. That was not a nice thing to come back and see. Right. We'll just keep our cruise climb back on, allow our speed to build back up. We'll pull away hopefully. But on a flight where fuel is vital, you think you have right of way? Hey, I stood up. If I wasn't streaming, that wouldn't have happened. Why are the brakes on? Oh, the brakes are on. Why are the brakes on? Oh, the parking brake was on. Why was the parking brake on? Glad I noticed that. That would have been bad on landing. Why was the parking brake on? What? Why is everything going wrong? Why is everything going wrong for me? Oh yeah. There you go. We passed to waypoint 9. Waypoint change 9 to 1. Insert. Right, now I can start to program in a couple more waypoints. Although, I don't need to program in a couple more waypoints, that's good. What is our descent point? That's the question. Decel point is 200 nautical miles from 1321. That's quite a long descent time. 1321 being waypoint 5. Okay, 200 nautical miles from waypoint 5. We begin our deceleration phase. It's not that far away now. I gave me a proper fright then, so I'll disappear and get some more food in a minute, but I'm just going to stick with it for a minute, just to watch us get back up to whatever else we should be at. Is the wing still attached? Ha ha ha. Yes it is. All good. We haven't quite recovered to where we were. We should be at your altitude, which is passing through 58,000. We're through 57,300, so we're just literally 1,000 feet below you, but that's all right. I'll accept that. I haven't put the gear down mid-flight. That's fine. Is the wing still attached? Yes, it is. That's not good. Aye. Scary. That didn't happen. Just forget it. After stream, I'm going to cut it out. I'm just cut it out. It's going to be cut out from the stream forever. That's, he's actually screenshotted it and put it in the chat. Oh, goodness me. Can't understand me anymore, voice is too quiet. Sorry, I've moved away from the microphone. He's actually screenshotted it and put it in Discord, that's what I was saying. Yeesh, that's not good. Cool. Right. Well. 57,500. Wait, he's only 700 feet. Yeah, we've still got residual speed from the afterburners. Our speed's climbed back up. We were at 1,300 and bits ago, so we're climbing back up. We're through 1,131. So speed's climbing back up. The altitude's not quite climbing as fast as I would like it to be, but the speed's going up, so that's important. Oh, yeah. Well, you didn't crash. Yeah, exactly. So, it's fine. We're climbing back up nicely. Whoa! What was that? You see that? It suddenly lagged down. Watch this. What do you mean, watch this? What do you mean, watch this? What are you doing? What's he doing? Does he mean watch his distance from us? I don't know what he means. You gonna come into view or something? If I zoom out, can I see him? Whoops. That's a nice looking plane. What does he mean? Watch this. What do you mean by watch this? I don't know. I had ya. What? But we fixed the frames. This is lovely. I mean, this is just. We've now got a frame issue. Whoa. Clouds reloaded in. I'm just happy. Doesn't matter if we crash. We've got the frames. This is good. Concentrate on the flight now. That's the livery though. It does conflict with the lighting, which is odd. Try finding the Concord in confusing. What do you mean? What do you mean you've watched this though? What's happened? God, we're 12.5 miles separation now. Not good. We've halved our distance to each other. My speed's building back at 1130. And for the people in the back, it's at 1,300 miles per hour. So that's fine. Watch this. Where am I looking? What are you looking for? Are you trying to virtually put my gear down or something? What? So are you talking about watch the iPad? Watch where you are. Oh, there's a land. There's land there. Foxtrot Romeo Sierra, see if I can find that. See how far we are from that island. There it is, 113.3. We are 61.5 miles away. Probably too far to find me. Oh, you want to have a look at you in the plane? I think you're too far away, mate. Actually, not that far away. Please don't close up just so you can show us something. Please don't do that. Keep it professional. We're already probably too close, but I can't really speed up because I've already burnt way more afterburner than I should have done. Yeah, de Florence, that piece of land. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? land. I know I can tell you the distance we are from it. 64.6 miles. There's an airport there, LP. That probably should have been our diversion field, in case something went wrong. But I'm not sure, apart from putting your gear down, what else could go wrong. So. Trying to break away in style. Where are you breaking away to? I can see your dot moving. Where are you braking to? That is pretty cool, I can see a dot moving across. It's a lovely shape, Concorde. Very nice to look at. Much nicer than an A320, say. That's cool. And it's a massive plane as well. Could take a lot of weight. How's it going up front then? For going free camera. Alright. Bye bye. I've got to go back on myself, so back on myself is back that way. I don't know. That's where the plane is. So this is where I must go. We're making good progress now. I'd say about halfway. Right, I think I should probably... I guess I've got to go for another bird of afterburner to get away, haven't I? No way you follow my plane. Well, if I stay in free cam too long, when I come back, I'll get a massive glitch out because it's suddenly got to load in all the plane again. So I don't want to go too far, and I shouldn't be able to see you really. So I'm gonna next time I have to go after ETA 20 past 2. That's pretty good. Pretty good. They're 4 hours behind, so for them now it's only 9:24. So if you're saying 2:19 GMT, that's 2 hours from now. 9:24, 11:24. We departed 11:05. Not quite. So a little bit slower than we want to be. No, it's alright, Jones. We always seem to end up really close together, and I don't like it. It's not how I like it. It's not proper, you know. So see how we've got like 30-40 miles to Speedbird 1. That's the kind of distance we should have, but we always seem to end up right next to each other. So I don't like that. So I need to somehow increase our range or something. Alright, take a break, back a minute. Hello everyone, I'm back. Welcome. And I brought back with me some interesting facts about the supersonic aircraft we're flying today, Concorde. A couple of facts then. So, kick off with just not even not a quick fire quiz, but you can see if you can get these answers in the chat then. So, on the landing gear of Concorde, there's that. I told you about this earlier. There's that little weird metal thing that sits around it. You could rewind the stream, I suppose, if you really wanted to. But that little sort of metal sort of shield that sits around the rear of that sits around the nose wheel. What is that? I know we can't see it now, so it's probably difficult. Let me pull up a photo of it so I can show you. But sure, those of you that do know Concorde, you'll know what I'm talking about. What is that? Answer in the chat. What is that? Now, what does it do? What's its purpose? What is it called? Its name is sort of its purpose. Let me find a little picture of it. There you go. Drag it up and boop. There you go. This. What is this? That's the main gear. What is this? What's this metal guard thing? What is that? What's it for? And what is it? That's not a bad one. We'll put a poll up in here in the chat. Concorde. Concorde. Great. A big 787 just diverted into Manchester, almost saw it. Is it a parking brake? No, it's not actually. It's a bow deflector. It's a bow wave deflector. Like a chock? Yeah, it's sort of. The idea is it's supposed to. It's a bow wave detector to say. So if it's a really wet runway, as you're going along, it's supposed to deflect the water and help control the sort of movement of water along the aircraft's nose. It's a bit of an odd one, but this one's more guessable. This one's more guessable. How do I go into like free camera but still attached to the plane? Is it that one? No. Is it that one? No. That one? No. That one? Yes, this one. Right. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's have a look at Concorde's nose then, shall we? Try and show you this. See these little. There's Jones. See these? See what these are? What are they? What was their job? Why are they there? It's an interesting one. This I didn't think. I didn't even consider this one until now. But what's the point in them? What are these little moustache things? They're called side moustache on Concorde. What are they for? And then I spoke about them a lot on stream, but what are the point of these little danger marking things here that hover across half the engine, covering the engine? What's the point in them? So there's two questions there. What are these little moustache things on the side of the aircraft? On the side of the nose there, you can see a good picture there. And what are the sort of intake blocks that seem to be there? Whilst you're guessing, you can see Jones Aviation up there behind us. I think I need to probably accelerate them. I'm not getting diverted again. I'm fed up with being diverted. So, let's see if I accelerate or something. Looking very nice. Mac indicators. What these big, not the little ones, the big sort of side. It's a big piece of panel sticking out from the side of the plane. They are to divert air over the rudder at low speeds. Apparently they provide 80% more air over the rudder, so when you're on the runway at low speeds, you have more control of the aircraft's direction because it can wander quite a lot. Apparently that's what they're for. And then of course the intake blockers across this front of the engine, well, we all know what they're for. They are to slow down. So what they do is they slow the air down to 500 miles an hour, where it can be taken into the engine, by creating shock waves in the front of the engine, which slow the air down enough to be able to do that. And there's three things that make Concorde fly: engines, engine intake, and the wing. The wing is, if we have a look here, you can see the lovely curve shape. It allows us to move around fuel inside the aircraft through lots of different fuel tanks that can be controlled, and fuel can be pumped around inside to move around the fuel, which allows us to go supersonic. And the engine air intakes, they're very important because they slow down and allow us to take in air at a rate which the engines are comfortable with. If we didn't have that, we would not be able to go supersonic because the engines wouldn't be able to take in the air that much air. As Jenny said, sucking in subsonic air, that's exactly it. Allowed to suck in subsonic air. But the problem is, they need computers to be able to control the movement of that air. And that they weren't around at the time. But a very clever man in the Concord area, in the Concord design, invented them. And these computers are what make it successful compared to its American and Russian rivals, which were not successful. Also the engines, the Olympus 593 engines, very important. These provide a lot of thrust. I have to get the number for you, but they provide so much thrust. It allows us to supercruise without reheat on them. You can see them in lots of aircraft, these Olympus engines. But in Concord, they have the option for reheat, and that allows us to accelerate through supersonic speeds and then have dry power on it afterwards. Now, the Tupolev Tu-144 did not have these, and it had to sit with reheats on the whole way across the on the flight, which was partly the reason it failed. But one thing we do have to say negative about Concord: if you're sat in the back here, apparently the noise was very deafening in the back of the aircraft. Apparently, that's what they said. The noise was very loud through the cabin, which, yeah, it's got to be a negative point. I think that's not good. So they say the most comfortable aircraft of all time is that VC-10, because apparently it's quite loud even in the back of Concord. So the VC-10 apparently is the best aircraft for comfort. So yeah, what does that do? What I click? I have no idea. We dumping fuel? I thought it was like a sunshade or something. We're going from waypoint 1 to 2. At least we've changed waypoint. I thought we were still going from 1 to 9. Would have been a long cruise. We're making progress. Let me have a look on Navigraph, but we must be making pretty good progress. We're up to 1170. Not bad. Probably going 160,000 pounds of thrust. There you go. That's the number. They produce a lot of thrust. We're doing 1,340 miles an hour. That is fast. Concord would normally only do 1,300, so we're going a little bit quick, but that's good. Right, how far are we then? Oh, we're well over the Atlantic now. We're actually in the New York Oceanic Controller, which are the people we talked to when we were in JFK. So it's quite amazing. Yeah, they're still talking to me even this far out. James apparently just stalled. Interesting, he doesn't seem to drop a lot, but I know stalls come in all sorts. How can you have stalled that, but the gate out didn't stall? Maybe I did, it just started dropping. It was on max climb, so it'll also descend. And do it all, depending on what kind of throttle you've got. It's kind of cool. So, we look to descend 200 miles from our last waypoint. That's where that's where we start descending. So our last waypoint is here. How long is this one? I guess we've got a while to go then. How long is that one? Wow. Very long. We've got some long waypoints to cover. 1,547 nautical miles to go according to Volanta. Thank you. You went reverser. Uh-oh. That's not a good idea. How much fuel does it reckon we've got left? We got enough for 1,425 miles. You say there's 1,574. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good indeed. See how the reheats are glowing in red? That's because we've had them on for a while. When we had to re-accelerate, we had them on for a while. So it's just basically telling us it's not good. So you go V/MEM little e VME, which doesn't seem to be showing on there, does it? VMMO is airspeed limit, so we can maximum do 564. We're well off that. Trying to keep spacing. Thank you very much, James Aviation. It's much appreciated down here. VREF, final approach speed. 206. Interesting. That's very high. I imagine it changes as we lose weight and stuff, I guess. Center of gravity, you can see the trim tanks. A lot of fuel aft, not so much forward. Neutral, that's good. No flight plan and waypoint list because we didn't do it through here, so that's good. Very cool. We got just about the right fuel then, I reckon, remaining. Blasting along, British Airways. Lovely. Concord was actually the first aircraft on the British Airways fleet to have the new livery, Chatham Dockyard. It was actually the first one to get repainted in it, and they liked it so much they repainted every aircraft in it. They were originally only going to have Concords painted in this livery, but they liked it so much they decided to have every aircraft painted in it. And then from 2016 onwards they enlarged the logo and moved it up the tail a bit more so that this gap was no longer here and made it larger across the tail. So that's what they did to improve it a little bit. Then of course they got the nice British Airways. They wrote this down the side with the new logo. The original one was more of a tick. This is more of a sort of wave. They had to improve that a little bit. Now, interestingly, as a pilot, I found this out not long ago. As a pilot, if you can speak German, you can get the German carriers pay better, and apparently are more nice towards their employees. So yeah, learn German. I am. So hopefully. I turn the gain up to maximum. Weather radar. Systems 1 or 2. We want it on. Does that change? I turn it on. I turn the tilt down a bit, should we have a look? And it should, on this weather radar, over there, display stuff. So if I move the view so I can see both. See that weather radar, if I tilt it up, nothing, tilting it down, nothing. Yeah, shame. There's a Virgin and Supersonic plane doing the same route. Cool. Cool. Very cool. Well, all love Pele. Very nice guys, thank you very much, very much. Right. German looks like my GCSE wasn't pointless then. Great. Yeah, superb. Yeah, exactly. Apparently, if you speak German, you're able to get a job with the German carriers, and they pay better apparently. So that's what I was told. So yeah, German is. I'm doing German GCSE, and it's apparently it's good. So I gotta keep going. So yeah, definitely, Lewis. I think it's worth it. Hovering around Mach 2 there. When we get to 60,000 feet, we're then going to turn on the water throttle and hold it. But until that point, we're still in the max throttle with the cruise climbing up nicely. I'm seeing if, like, in the aircraft point, it's got some more information. It's got a VREF. It's got like a descent VDES. Visual descent speed 456 knots. Ooh, that's very high. We normally slow down to 350 and then it goes drop down. That's much higher than that. So our fuel status, fuel dump is shut. The trim fuel pumps are off because it's just keeping us how we've got the fuel now. You can see where the different engines draw from. So engine 1 draws from a further forward fuel. 2, 7A and 5A are right in the wingtips, and they are what we use. We turned them off earlier. We don't use them during the rest of the flight, we only use them during takeoff. There you go, trimming. Taking fuel from the front, sending it into the middle. Taking fuel from the front and back and sending it into the middle. Can you see that? See how these ones are dropping and this one's climbing? He's shoving fuel across. The total fuel on board is 36 tons. So we're over halfway on the flight. And we're just under half of our fuel burn. So that's good. Hopefully, gonna work quite well. Oh, now what I didn't have a look at is the engines. Give you a full reheats off. Secondary nozzle. It's down here, we don't want them on. Primary nozzle 95%. You can see the these are the doors. This is what I was talking about, that slow the air down to subsonic speeds. You get 2 of them, and they deploy like that. Stable. Outer and inner ramps. Spill flow is closed. Spill flow goes out down the bottom here. That gets rid of air if there's going to be a accidental recircuit and shut down the engine. Gets rid of that. Burning chambers are normal. It's all green, so that's normal. Centre of gravity, you can see we've got a bit of elevon trim up. And he's still trimming. He's sending fuel forward again now. Interesting. So our centre of gravity position is going to shift slightly forward. A lot of trimming from the flight engineer. Probably one of the most skilled people up here. Right, I'm just going to eat some food. Bear with me. Now, this is a charter flight Concord would normally do. Coming back the other way from Barbados to Heathrow, it took the Queen, so we'll obviously do that at some time. This flight today, we're just on the charter flight with some lovely, happy charter guests, enjoying themselves very much on their way down to Barbados, so yeah, I'm sure we'd have lots of guests to the flight deck. Apparently they'd normally get everyone up to the flight deck on these charter flights. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Right, we've passed through that one, so I'll get rid of this. What should I be tuned to? 1127. Sehr gut. Right. We're not going to there, we're going to Elixir. Cool. Very good. There we go, 60,000 feet, ladies and gentlemen. Maximum flight level. We're now the highest human beings on Earth. If there's no one in the ISS. And we're in the simulator, so we're not. But if we were in real life, oh, Mac called. If we're in real life, we'd be the highest people on Earth. Fuel burn is going to get a little bit less now, because we've leveled off. It didn't used to make 60,000 feet going to JFK. I guess going across, or down rather, to I guess going down to Barbados, it can. It's got a much longer flight to be able to do so. The engines are backing off to hold Mach 2.04. Sorry about that. I keep moving around, drinking water and stuff. So that's it. We've hit our cruise level. We're all good. I'm going to message on the Standby Discord saying, streaming on YouTube and flying down in Concord. Can we get some controllers up for Barbados? Lovely. This is lovely. We're finally nearing our destination. We're now level latitude-wise with Miami. We're almost there, guys. Our flight today will not take us over San Juan. We will not cross into their airspace. I thought we were. We will not. We'll be in Piarco airspace on the way in. So that's nice. Right, Piarco. Very good. And then right the way in. Barbados control. So a lovely approach, hopefully, there. We're planning to head down the side of the coast in, but what we'll get if a controller doesn't come right. But hopefully we'll get a controller. That should be cool. We want a controller. Bear with me again, I gotta eat some toast. Sorry, back. Where's that emoji? On the VAT car. Yeah, a wobbly face. You're flying with us. Not good. Jason McLovin, how do you get this plane? This plane is Concord. by Colimata. It's available on xplane.org and other retailers are available, I believe. I believe it's $59, which equates to about £50 or so, for the Colimata Concorde. And then it takes a long time to learn it, but I really recommend it if you can. It's a good, fun plane. Money. That's one way to say it. That's how you get the plane. It's yeah. Lovely aircraft. When they release X-Plane 12, I don't know if I'll move over. I've spent quite a lot getting X-Plane 11 up and running. I suppose that's what everyone will want me to do, move over. But I don't know. I like X-Plane 11. It's a good game. Simulator, sorry, not a game. I haven't checked how's that poll going. 100% of people from the 6 voters say Concord is great. I like to see that. Right. Let's have a look at Navigraph to see where we are. So, here we are. We descend 200 miles away from our final waypoint. Our final waypoint is down here, so we're going to descend on this little path here. So we descend 200 miles away, which is we descend pretty close. So we'll need to descend fast, pretty much straight down. Big New York airspace there. We're on our way down. There's a lot of airspaces around here. We've done all that distance. We've only got this to go. Not bad. Not bad. 3,670 nautical miles we have got. Let me have a look at how much far we got to go. Having a look. Still having a look, it's loading. How far have we got to go? We have got 1,100 nautical miles to go of our 3,600. So we've done 2,500 nautical miles. Gear down to descend faster, haha. You're never going to let me forget that, are you? It's a mistake. Not a good mistake, I agree. A mistake. The wind, what's the wind doing up here? We got. That's died down a little bit, I believe. Yep, 18 knots tailwind. Yes, people. We got a tailwind, finally. I'm going to get a speed up here. That's why we're going a little bit fast, I think. We had ACC for departure, which is cool. We didn't have any for arrival, which is a shame. Long way to go. Hardware failure, not a pilot error. Oh yeah, okay. At least I'm glad you can see it was a hardware error. The markings on it are very detailed. It's impressive that they made such a thing. Because it's not easy to make something like this. Certainly have, Speedbird Concord 273. If you couldn't hear, that was Jones Aviation making sure I still had my gear up. Very funny. Very funny. It's funny how the contrails go down before they go up because of that high angle attack. There he is. He's up at 62,000 feet. I'm not sure why he's so much higher, but that's quite high. How far away is he? Not closed up too much. Just over 25 miles. Well, to go, but before December we should set up our minimums and things. So for our aircraft arrival today, we're going to be the D class, the largest class here. We're going to be 395 minimums. We have to round it up. Sorry. The minimums will flash, DH will flash here, and we have to call out our own altitude. We normally get first altitude for you. You can call it out in the chat, that'll help. So I did think there's a 17-second delay between live time and what you see. I don't know how delayed the chat is, but I do know that there's 17 seconds. So everything you see I've done 17 seconds earlier. That's not much. On landing then. I don't know. I haven't got any scenery for this, so it could look awful. So feel free to close your eyes when we land. It's it's not that bad. It's not bad at all. Do I need to set landing elevation? I think I do. Do I go down? Where's landing elevation? That's like the decision height. Where's the landing elevation set? Normally like under there. Do I do it on the overhead? Landing elevation needs to be set before we touch down. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. So a quick look at the aircraft back here. Looking good. The limiters are in high. We've got normal, not 80% limit. Once we land, so basically once you come off the runway, you set low and 88%. Because what you don't want, basically, those limiters stop you from blowing away any ground crew on the ground. I don't think Colimata have modelled them. I think the switches flick, but I don't think it actually does anything. Because I noticed when I flicked them earlier and there was no change. So I don't think it actually makes a difference, but we'll flick them later on. Right. So urban 169, so it's got slight downslope gradient if it's 160 and 169 there. Slight down gradient to the runway. I vacated when I did this a couple of days ago. I managed to get off at Echo. I was a lot lighter than we will be. I did not have anywhere near the number of passengers and I had a lot less fuel. I expect Foxtrot will be our vacation point. And from Foxtrot we'll then just taxi straight into the stand, which is pretty much first available one we see. We'll get all our catering trucks out to the aircraft and shut down nicely. Because it's a special arrival, there'll be 3 Concords coming in. Normally when there's only one, everyone wants to come and work on the Concorde, but I imagine we'll have a lack of staff due to there being 3 BA Concords all going in. So that could be a slight worry. Yeah, we might have some slow people coming over. But that's fine. The fire station is on the right there, so if everything does go super wrong, they can come over and say hello to us.
Audio Jungle.
KC donating £10. Thank you very, very much, my friend. Thank you very, very much indeed. What do you think of the new beep? I thought that was a cool beep. I thought it was a good beep. Oh, I'm gonna have a look back at it. Thank you very much, Casey. Dollars, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all currency. Thank you very much. Number tune. You want to do formation and run with no control? I know, but I just want to make a nice. I'll fly down the coast nice and low. We'll do a wing wave, but we will. I will be landing as expected. Right, how far now? 2 to 3. Oh, how to go still. 8.5 is our descent 1. This is the dull bit though. Now this is the cruise of nothingness. Don't flick buttons. Okay, so yeah, the plan then is just to fly down the island along the coast, turning left onto Elixir and capturing the island. So we might capture it before Elixir, something like that. That's what we're looking for. I imagine the controllers will try and vector us to Olido, something like that. I would hope we don't get that. The VOR is different. I think they're slightly different. I think you fly. Interesting. With the VOR, you go to BGI and then fly round. We're not doing that. Get rid of the noise abatement. We know what we're doing. VOR Yankee. Maybe that takes you down the coast. Nope. RNAV. This might be the one. It's got like a Bannock thing there. We're not taking the RNAV. We're taking the RLS. We'll take the RLS. Concord has to work hard enough when we take it into JFK and do the visuals. We'll just do an RLS. We're going pretty quick actually. We're doing 1,350 miles an hour, that's fast. Temperature minus 57, so temperature minus 57, that's the air temperature outside the aircraft. With the heating on the skin, our actual temperature of the nose and everything, as to why I've turned off the heaters, is, should we have a look? It'll tell us on the little dial here. 128, ooh, that's a little bit hot. We shouldn't be more than 127. That's a little bit hot. I don't want to slow down though, because James is slow down first. Thank you very much to everyone who's watched so far, all that have voted, 7 votes, thank you very much. I've got 108 playbacks on this stream, so thank you all very much for that. We got up to 10 viewers a while ago, so thank you to everyone who's watching. And to those who donated, thank you very much. Waypoint 5 is our descent point, 200 miles before waypoint 5, sorry, basically waypoint 4. distance time that we got. We're just literally about to pass through waypoint 3, 2 waypoint 4, we've got 500 miles of this waypoint. The next one is a lot, so it's 25 minutes before we reach waypoint 4, which then we begin our descent. So we've got 25 minutes before we can start descending. That's 2 o'clock, so it's going to be a bit later than our hopeful arrival time, I think. Because if it's saying 25 minutes till we begin descending, that's a lot. That's that's like 10 minutes. 10 to something good. It's like 26. It's getting bigger. So if we then 29 minutes worth of descent. No, we could make that. We could make that arrival time. We could. If we're good and slick, we can make it. Looks like I'm flying too early, but there's an S2 tower exam. 46 minutes according to Atlanta. Atlanta's probably right. Don't think I'll make it that far. Got COVID. Oh no! Oh, crikey. Sorry, I know you said you self-isolated. I didn't realise you actually had COVID. Goodness me. Well, I hope you're doing alright. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Learner controllers come online. Come on, man. That's not cool. What is this? We got... Yay. Not cool. Lots of arrivals. As Jones said, that there's 2 subsonic aircraft flying this route. They'll need some rest. Yeah, no, definitely. Subsonic aircraft flying this route on the way in. And 3 Concords. And then a guy from Manchester. And a Delta coming from St. Martin. Do a flyby. Mach 2 flyby, here we go. Oh, the speed. Do one more. Interesting. At 2:30 AM this morning, the whole of the Caribbean had controllers on that. I guess I should have just flown in much earlier. Come on, that intro at the start of the stream, that was a pretty good intro, huh? The new, it's slightly different from the one I normally play. I thought it was pretty cool. Slight change. Thanks to whoever subscribed, by the way, 141. Thank you guys. It's a slight change to the one I normally use, but I thought it looked cooler, if not as cool. Be sure to get your merchandise. The sale sadly has ended to those. I haven't actually turned it off yet. If you're quick now, it will end at the end of the stream. I forgot to turn it off. I have to switch. So if you still use the code SAIL, oh no, it might expire. No, it might have expired. But go check out the Pillar Pipe merchandise in the About section of my YouTube channel. There's some cool stuff out there. I think it's pretty cool. You can get it all. Yeah, so please go check that out. It's cool. I hear a sonic boom on flight mode. Is that what you heard? Yeah. Is there one in there? Okay. Always classy streams. Thank you. That was the boom there. Turn it up a bit. Yeah, we're going to do this one more time. Here we go. It's going to be loud. Uh-oh, I seem to have lost the aircon. Okay. Jones deviating from course. Interesting. I didn't hear anything. Did you hear something? Okay. What was this then? Just lagging out slightly for me then during that Supersonic. Flyby. Jones deviating from course, is he? Should we have a look? It's really iPad. Oh, he is. You're drifting off. Thing is, everyone programs the coordinates slightly. If you put 0.1 in, say, you'll suddenly be a lot further off course than I am. If you put a 0 in, you'll be further, you know, anything like that. And I put different ones in, I think. Doing S-turns to avoid the Pillar Concorde. Ah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Aviation. His surname is Aviation. It's Jones and Aviation. You know, his name's Jones. Aviation. My name's Aviation. Jones Aviation. Seen this? Look, if you're looking through the front, there's a gap. They haven't quite modelled. I don't know if the door's not closed. If I close the door, maybe you don't see that. It's almost like they've gotten rid of the cabin. So now have a look. Maybe it's not there. Yeah, you can't. They just, obviously, when you're going outside view, they've gotten rid of it so you can't see the cabin. When you're outside view, that's where you get so much better frames. That's quite cool. It's a clever idea. General Ghassan Kai crash it into London. No, we're going from London to Barbados. I'm not going to crash. I'm going to enjoy a nice low flyby over the beach and touch down into Barbados. Yeah, it is a little bit, my friend. Please. Yeah, it's a little bit rude. Glitching the music there. I've got to turn that on. Just joining us, we've got a while to descend actually. We did 329 miles to waypoint 4, which we're expected to arrive at in 16 minutes. And then, so expected to arrive at waypoint 4 in 16 minutes. Waypoint 5, I think, is then another 200 miles or so on, and we start descending 200 miles before waypoint 5. So that's when we begin our top of descent, and at that point, we can start descending. You'd like to see Concord in real life? Yeah, there's quite a few up and down the country, aren't there? Brooklands. There's one at Heathrow. There's one at Manchester. There's lots everywhere. We are flying along at the moment here then. Literally flying along. No. Oh. See that odd line going back? That's because I haven't programmed in the next couple of waypoints, but we don't need today. We don't need to program in the next few waypoints because we're not going to go any further than we're not going any further than sorry, we're going to go any further than waypoint 5, so we don't need to reprogram up to waypoint 9 again. So that's why I've got that weird line going back, because I haven't refreshed the other ones, so it's still trying to take us back at the end of it all. But we're then flicking to heading mode. I'm going to take it down along the coast. So the rule is no capturing the localizer less than 5 miles away from the airport, so we have to collect it at Axilla. If we collect it any later, we are not allowed to, basically, and we'd have to be higher than 3,000, which would mean not capturing the glide slope. So we'd have to turn left a little bit, so I think we'll capture it in between Olido and Elixir. We'll sort of fly down the coast like that, and then catch it in the middle there, and go in. So that's, we'll avoid it slightly. Found a website that sells Concord parts. Might get a fan blade keychain. Oh, very cool. It's cool that they sell actual Concord parts. I do say the Manchester one is the best. It's basically Concord with peas and gravy, because it's that's not Manchester one. Manchester one, I don't know. It's BOAC. It is the flagship. I don't know why they sent it there. They should have left it down south, if you ask me. That's where it's built, of course, the Midlands, not Manchester. Yeah, there's a couple of, I think there's one in Filton, there's lots everywhere. They sent them quite randomly, but sadly BA cut them up because they didn't want people, to ever be able to fly them again, so they actually cut them up into different pieces so that you can't ever fly them again, so that if someone were to buy them, they could not try and restore them because they've cut all the electronics, so it would cost into the hundreds of millions rather than into the tens of millions. Which is quite a mean thing to do, to be honest. They did that. 13 minutes till waypoint 4. It's cool that it'll do that. Normally, if I had to do it, I didn't know it could do that a while ago. So you do a speed distance calculation, which is, of course, a much better way of doing it. But yeah. Not quite sure what that is. Right. Also, let me have a look on Navigraph, but I believe once through waypoint 4 we have a 362 nautical mile run to waypoint 5. So of course, you know, at about a quarter into that we'll begin our descent into Barbados. Which is cool, and hopefully this time, because it's a very basic airport, we should not disconnect from vatsim. We should have a nice run in, which will be nice because we should hopefully see all of the Concords on the ground parked up next to each other because there's a big ramp. So we'll, if Charles, you go in wherever you want to go, we'll come in next to you. Crikey. That's a very northern sentence there that's just been written. So I believe we're down, where do we leave? Are we lifting Qatar, the world tour? We're still in Qatar. So from Qatar we've got to get round. I think we'll go JFK to Heathrow in Concord. Go to viewing area sometimes, don't get old seeing it. Ah, yeah. Lovely plane. It's one of the few airliners that looks nice. I'm on Navigraph, that's why the view's staying still for a minute, sorry. So if we're doing this world tour, we should probably, from Qatar where we left it, probably head across to we could head down to Sri Lanka or something like that. I'll have to have a look. Some good, there's some good options around there. Nice. Well, I'll pop us in outside for you. I'm going to pop to the loo before, so that when I can then come back and be with you guys all the way through into Barbados. So I will catch you in 4 minutes or so. I'll just be a minute. See you in a bit, guys. Okay, I'm back now, and I'm back all the way until touchdown. This is a man of culture, really. Look, he's seen the aircraft up at Manchester. Now, the aircraft up at Manchester is actually this exact aircraft, because Golf Bravo Oscar Alpha Charlie, which is the flagship of the flagships, because it holds the British Airways forerunner, British Overseas Airways Corporation, and BOAC merged with BEA to form British Airways a while ago. I can't quite read the date off, but that's when they did it. So on board today we've got 101 passengers. We've got just over 20 tons of fuel left. I'm not planning to do a fake refuel or anything, so we have actually only got that much. Oh. Alternatives don't match. Ah, yes, thank you for that. I'm impressed you noticed that. I hadn't set it to standard pressure. Should you see the gap down the side there? Can someone screenshot that? I get a nice position of it. Someone, could you screenshot that, and then we'll see when we land if it's closed back up again, because it should do. But I'll be impressed if it actually does. It's quite cool. He's got a nice table, this engineer. This engineer's actually got a very nice desk, and he's probably got one of the nicest seats of all of them, because he's got like a seat in a bit of space, whereas the pilots have got a bit cramped, and he's got quite a nice seat back here. And you see the extenders on the back of the throttle lever, so that he pushes them up to full for departure. And actually, the engineer's seat will swing around, spin, and then when he needs it to, we can't do it in this, but it will then move up this rail so they can come right sat here for takeoff. So that he can push the throttles up and then engage the afterburners for the supersonic climb and everything. He basically manages that for them. 1973-ish they merged? Yeah, you're right. So just before they bought Concord, which is why they had it originally planned to be in that BOAC livery I was flying last time. I guess it was so close they were almost about to buy it when they merged. I'm glad they still bought it, because sometimes after merging they decide not to buy stuff, but that would have been bad if they had have done. So they bought it, which is lovely. Very nice plane this. So, in theory, if I have a look at my VREF, it should be... VREF's still very high. So what they do is they slow down to 190 from 5 miles, and that is the approach speed. And then at 800 feet they slow down to a VREF plus 7. So that visual reference speed can't be correct. So I'd probably go off our VR speed, which plus 7 is 190. Why do I always make myself do 194? Sorry, I'm not paying attention. So where it's 194, there's something slightly wrong here then, because that VREF normally, VREF plus 7 is slower. It's about 157 knots. VREF plus 7 normally. Normally it's about 157 knots, and at 800 feet you click 157 knots ICO acquire, and the throttle backs off, and in theory it does it in the right time if you do it at 800 feet, so that as you go over the threshold and begin your flare, the power gently increases so that it then holds to be able to hold 157 knots, and because of that slight increase in thrust, it allows you to just sit on the runway nicely, and it allows that nice gentle flare. But if that's not working, I'll do the touchdown my normal way, which is we set this limiter no higher nose pitch angle than 10 degrees. That just reminds me there. I pitch up, literally put the red dot, if we turn off the flight directors, put the red dot on the bottom of that little white cross thing. By the way, Lou Hughes, you said you had a problem. Maybe if you turn on the flight directors, that might solve your problem. I don't know. I don't know if that makes a difference, Sam. I will have a look for you. But I put the red dot just on that 10 line, so no higher than 10.1. And it sinks onto the runway at about 200 feet per minute or so, which is quite nice. Vatsim flyer plane man. Hello, Ponty McWill, how are you doing? Also noticed the QNH when you were on Navigraph and they were side by side. The gap does shut too. You can take screenshots. I'll explain them. Do shift space if you have default blinds. Ah, thank you. They bought each Concord for £1, which is still less than that. Find the screenshots in explain 11-output. Thank you very much. I will have a go at that. Can I find the money for this plane, as well as learn the aircraft? Ah, yeah. Bought each plane for £1. £1. Oh, British Airways bought it for £1. Oh, I thought they... Oh, I was... This book I must be reading must be slightly wrong then. I was told they still paid about, you know, 2.5 million for it. Maybe they didn't then. Point out, you could never find the money to pay for this aircraft. Yeah. It's an expensive beast. I don't have all the tallest planes. I've got some of the tallest planes. I don't have all the tallest planes, so yeah. I saved a bit of money and was able to buy Concord. It's the first plane I bought actually on X-Plane 11. I saw it and I was like, I want to fly that. Oh, you will now? No, the government forced them. Oh, they did force them to buy them for £1. Well, that seems reasonable. The British government owned a. At first, the British government were taking 80% of the profits from Concord that British Airways was making. British Airways were taking 20% of the profits, and then British Airways bought out the British government a while later, and the price I think that's why they did it. The price they bought out the British government for meant the British government covered some of their costs of the expense of Concord, and that's why it ended up costing about 100 million because they had to buy out the British government. I think something like that. I think out in the end, I forgot to switch INS left it on rad. Ah, yeah, you got to switch it like that. Yeah, it can go to the up position. I'm not sure what the up position does, to be honest. I honestly don't know. It seems to display the same information. I think it displays whichever one. Oh, does it change it? Look. It changes your... Is it a true heading? Oh, it's true. And then that's... Oh, I don't know. Leave it as it is. They didn't, which means the Concord was profitable from day one. Taxpayers paid for the maintenance, so I'm led to believe. Oh, interesting, because, well, British Airways, the Concord government said they'd take... Yeah, it took 80% of the profits, but then they bought them out later on. I know British Airways bought out the British government. That's why they were allowed to make their own decisions about stuff such as lining the fuel tanks with Kevlar to keep the Concords flying for a little bit longer. Because I think the British government wouldn't have chosen to do that. Oh, look, you can change them. We're flat now. Oh, I've got to go straight now. Yeah, the government did buy them. Yeah. Well, I read it in this Haynes manual. They said the government then bought out... British Airways then bought out the government's stake in the Concords, so that then they owned their Concords outright, so they were able to make the profits. And they did that when they started in about 1985, I believe, when they realised that Concord would be a very profitable aircraft for them to be using, and decided they didn't want the government to be taking the profits. So they bought them out, which allowed them to make all the profits from it, and that's why it became a profitable aircraft. Burning fuel at a very steady rate now. I'm happy with this. We got 20 tons worth when we begin our descent, which should be right. Point back, Will, aren't you a controller? You can hop on down at Barbados. Ah, lovely plane. Well, there we go. Approaching our destination. You still flying? I certainly am, Mr. Jonas. We're just approaching our descent point now. At 200 miles, we're going to begin descending. So we're going to wind in the altitude. We're going to go all the way down to 2,000 feet. Just going to wind that in there. We're still on altitude hold, so it doesn't matter. We can wind any altitude in here, and the plane won't start descending or climbing or anything. So we'll wind in 2,000 feet. We've got 350 knots set up in the side by there, because what we're going to do is start descending, allow the speed to drop to 350 knots, increase our descent rate to hold 250 knots. So our initial descent is going to be about 2,500, 3,000 feet per minute. And then if we need to, we'll increase it from there to be able to. What is normal speed that the aircraft will fly on approach besides VREF, like the aircraft turning onto the localizer? Well, so basically what happens is you turn onto the localizer at 200 knots, slow down, so it's turn onto the localizer at about 210, 200 knots. So I'll explain it from, it's easier to explain it from 10,000. So at 10,250 knots, 250 knots until 20 miles. At 20 miles, slow to 220 knots. From 20 miles to approximately, from 15 miles, 220 knots. 15 to 10, we're holding 220. From 10, we slow down to 190, where we then, at 190, drop the nose, drop the gear. And then at that point, we then slow to VREF plus 7 for touchdown. Not actually VREF, which is weird, seeing as then it's not VREF, is it? But that's what from what I read, Aerospatiale stopped doing maintenance on the Concorde and not making spare parts anymore. Aerospatiale being, which is the end of Concorde. Yeah, I know the British Airways announced they would retire the aircraft in April 2003. So. Fuel status 20 tons is the warning I was just receiving there. Yeah, it was then the end for Concorde, wasn't it? It's a shame that Aerospatiale were able to make the decision to just cancel it. Because I think British Airways would have kept it on a little bit longer. They seem to really love the aircraft. Which for someone who didn't want to buy it, that's another story though. Right, so preparing for descent then. Don't need to do anything as such, but we've primed in our vertical speed. We've got our nav radio set, so we're going to do our approach briefing. We've got a distance time of 15 minutes till we hit waypoint 5, but we're going to start descending earlier than that. Strange aircraft, 190 knots for an approach speed, not even VREF. Yeah, no, 190 knots. I mean, you'll see when we do it now. 190 knots. Or 200 knots, 190 knots to 200 knots, depending on how heavy you are, if you've got lots of fuel left. So I know going to JFK, sometimes when they've got lots of fuel left, they do about 200 knots, and then slow to VREF right as they come over the runway. But our VREF speed is not telling me. It thinks our VREF is 206. Actually, that makes sense. But looking to touch out 187. So we'll just set that up on here. 187 is our V1 speed. We're looking for that 206 slowed down speed, so that's good. It's just a speed bug there. Jonas, you changed your name, fantastic. The Concorde would have been a huge success, but due to the media, they were forced because of several lawsuits. BA wanted to raise ticket prices to make it profitable. Yeah. Airbus didn't consider quitting the project. Interesting. Right, I imagine you're already descending then, Charles, aren't you? 3 Concords today. So that's pretty cool. No. Let's do ILS. Now this is the misconception. See how you're saying, Jonas, the crash at Paris Charles de Gaulle happened. Actually, I'm going to Google it right now because I know it happened a while ago. A long time before. Before they would even considered. So it happened in 25th July 2000, and out of the end of the air crash investigation from the crash, one of the things they had to do was line the fuel tanks with Kevlar to stop a piece of rubber penetrating them, such in the way it did. And British Airways agreed, and they lined their tanks with Kevlar, and it continued flying for another 3 years. However, in the wake of 9/11, business travel demands fell so much that actually it was no longer going to be profitable, because that business traveller that wants to black across the Atlantic is suddenly no longer going to, because of the large fear of flying that was arrived. And of course that meant it was no longer profitable. Concorde, seats weren't being filled, and in the end, seats being filled is what relies on it. Staying in the air. So without that, we it might have changed stuff, but it didn't. They had intended to continue flying it even after the crash. It definitely contributed to the fact, I'm not disagreeing that they had planned to keep flying it, I think, for longer. Right, sorry, I haven't read the chat. Long time before it start descent, see you there. Yep, cool, I'll see you there. July 25th, 2000, yep, that's the crash date, wasn't it? 2007, yeah, kept on flying for 2 years, I believe, yep, pretty much. Paris was pilot error, partially the world was generally not ready for fast and efficient scary plane to hit the market. How BA would it want for 911? Yeah, I think BA would have kept on flying. It might even be in service now. It'd be pushing it because they're old aircraft by that point. But BA were willing to pay the cost because, of course, you know, the publicity they got from Concorde was massive. They flew it down the Mall with 1 million people watching. British Airways in formation with the red arrows, you know, stuff like that. I think is why BA were really quite keen to keep the aircraft on, because it makes them so much profit and money and everything for having such an aircraft in the sky. Right, we need to begin descending any second now. But basically, yeah, it makes them so much money. They've probably kept it going. Imagine it being an electrical plane hitting the aircraft. Yeah, you're right, aren't you? Yeah, yeah. There would have been, I guess people maybe weren't ready. I think it, yeah. The Americans didn't like it because they didn't have one. So the Americans kept trying to stop it from coming into JFK and put weird laws and things in it. But what they ended up kicking themselves in the butt, actually, because Concorde made less noise on departure than a 727 or a 707. And so actually, they made more noise, and they were trying to say that Concorde made loads of noise. But yeah, so that's funny. Didn't go so well. Okay. Preparing for descent then. So, auto throttle off. Ready for the altitude acquire. Altitude acquire, vertical speed. And we're throttling back. And we're just throttling back to that arrow there. See that little arrow there? That little arrow there. We're just put in the middle of the throttles. Right on the centre of them. It's just out of a D10 for meters. That's why the throttles are sort of slipping around slightly there. With the TCA pack, it's just outside of D10, so it makes it slightly different. Casey Moss is going to take a nap. Watch the landing later. Alright, Casey, thanks very much for having around, and thanks very much for the donation there. We'll catch you soon. Bye-bye. Maybe if the A350 spends half the fuel, if not less, this Joker to land maybe 2 hours longer. Leave stream running. Ah, thank you very much. Yeah, fuel. I mean, yeah, we burned a lot of fuel coming down here. But for the people that were flying on it, time was money, and so therefore the large cost of the ticket didn't matter because they saved more money being able to get to their business meetings and do more business meetings. I think that's what they say in documentaries about it and stuff. That's what they say. I don't know if actually that was how it worked. But, right, descent-wise then, we're now coming down into the subsonic realms of flying Concorde. So we're Mach 1.88. I'm going to call on Unicom what's going on. Barbados traffic speed by Concorde 273 descending from flight level 600 down to flight level 2000 for the ILS runway 09 into Barbados. Barbados traffic. Concorde 273. Right. There we go. We're still very much going faster than any other aircraft in the sky. Well, maybe not Jones Aviation behind us, but we're going pretty fast. Right, looking into the back then, as we're starting to come down now, I'm just going to have a look at our fuel, make sure we've got good fuel content. We've got 18 tons of fuel, not bad. The pumps are all still in the auto position. So, 55,000 feet then. We're starting to come back down into the cold realm of flying Concorde. We've got 121 degrees on the outside skin, so we don't need to send the heaters on for a bit. We're starting to descend. So what we're going to do is we're going to shove on the seatbelt signs just to let people know that they need to get back in their seats as the aircraft's now descending. So the seatbelt signs and poking lights go on. The fuel will get trimmed to descent. We can trim it to descent. I tend not to trim it immediately because basically the idea of trimming is to keep the nose as flat as possible. And currently the nose is pretty flat, so we don't really want to trim right now because it's pretty flat. Right, we're going to head over to the O panel. We're going to take from the cruise that the engines have been in to the climb rating that they're now in. We'll turn on the heaters. Even though we've still got 119 degrees on temperature on the skin, below 50,000 feet the heaters need to go on. It starts to cool down quite rapidly and you can sometimes miss it during the descent. And now I'm just managing with the 146 miles we've got to go with our rate of descent, because I do want to get us down there. I don't want to be overshooting the airport. On the map, if we have a look on this This wouldn't actually be in Concord, but it's in there, so we're going to make use of it so I can see where we are. You can see there's Charles down there. But this is our descent point, so we're just going to keep our descent rate. We're looking for that 350 knots, 410 currently. That's alright though, so we can increase our descent rate a little bit if we want to.
Throttle off.
So when going into JFK, we'd look for the 350 and do it all properly. Going into Barbados, the aircraft normally just descend a little bit faster because we've got a little bit less fuel. We don't want to, so you know. So yeah. So I haven't read your message, Jonas. Market was going to die because don't want to travel every day of the year. Yeah, I suppose so. It was going for a lot of years though, and people were working through the year. But I suppose you can work mobile. Yeah, mobile. That's true. It wouldn't probably survive now through COVID. I don't reckon you're right. So beautiful. I'm not smart enough to fly. You just gotta learn. Spend the time. It took me a while. My first couple of flights were not very beautiful, so it takes a while to learn it. You can definitely learn it. So through that 50,000 feet then, there we go. So checking the seatbelt signs are on, the heaters are on. We're in the climb rating again on the engines, and the lights are still retracted. We won't put them down until we get much, much lower, but it's worth having a look. Engines will go into the approach setting, but not yet, and we will turn the brake runs on in a minute. We're looking at the fuel contents, then we can see we've got no longer any fuel in tank 11, so we're going to de-air pump off. And we turn the de-air pump off up here, but they're no longer required. 407 knots, then we're still going down. Watching one of John Hutchinson's interviews, he said you could peel back the insulation above the pilot's head and touch the aircraft skin during flight. Oh really? What, this little bit up here? That's not good. Imagine it's very hot though, touching the skin during flight. Right, we're going down. 108 miles to run. .10 degrees. So I reckon 7 minutes and we'll be arriving. I'm going to dial in 250 knots, and what I'm going to do is just descend at this rate or so. Now, if it looks like we're not going to be too high, I can descend a lot faster and actually deploy the reverser caps, not the reversers, but the reverse caps, which can increase our descent rate to about 5,000, 6,000 feet per minute descent. So we can descend pretty quick. Trust me, still mess up ILS on the 737. I'll turn on track IR in a minute just so we get a little bit lower, because I definitely want it for landing. I know it can sometimes be a little bit disorientating for you guys, so I'll leave it off until we get a little bit lower. Sorry about that, bumped into my microphone. Right, so we've got 92% engines, we've got 16 tons of fuel. So, looking at a go-around, we don't really have much fuel for many go-arounds, so we will have to make sure we do land it. There's the plane. We will have to make sure we land it either first try or second try. Prefer hand flying? Definitely prefer hand flying. I've never done an auto land in the simulator. I don't enjoy them because you spend all your time flying. Why do you then do an auto? You spend all your time sat here. They've got to have something fun at the end to do. Mach 1.3, then the ramps will have come almost back into the completely redeployed, so they can now take in the air at the speed it's moving now. So it's almost completely retracted the ramps. So almost completely come in, so that's good. How do you fancy controlling Juliana? Let's do some touch goes. Yeah, I'm very happy to do that. Once I land in a bit, definitely. You can see the Mach limiter's coming down now as we descend. So we're descending at a fairly good rate because it's coming down quite quickly and our needle's hanging around in that sort of area. So it means we've got a good descent rate going on. So there you go, we've picked up the VOR. You can see the VOR has been picked up now, which is pretty cool. It's a 271 radar we'll be sort of looking for to capture when we turn onto the ILS, And as we start, we see that, and when the line comes into the middle, we're going to turn it left, and as we make that turn, we're tuning the ILS. So it's going to be quite hectic on the landing. I've done one auto land in 0 viz, so you think you get let off? Yeah, you've done more than that. You've done lots of auto lands, Mr. Jones Aviation. I've witnessed these auto lands. Right, through 38,000, then we're about to decelerate into the subsonic travellers again. You see we're down at 1,000. Oh, sorry, no, 840 miles per hour, 1,840 miles an hour. No, 840 miles an hour, I was going to say. I wonder why the 1 was there. Cool, looking to the overhead. Just confirming everything's still in the correct positions as we get lower and lower. Our approach checklist will begin as we cross the northern point of the island, because we're not going to be capturing the localizer from as far out as it'd like us to be. We're going to be capturing it for a little bit closer. Because what we're going to do is fly down this coasterly point here, sort of in between this one, in between the island, if I go like that, in between the island and the line. We're going to be flying down the middle there, as Concord used to do it. So we need to be 2,000 feet by that point. We've got 54 miles to run, and we're down at 35,000 feet. I'll check the distance to Jones behind us. I can see, there's Charles, look, you see him going down the northern side of the island. There he goes, straight down that northern point there. So I'm now going to switch to heading hold. As the INS navigation, you can see, goes a bit weird here. It tries to track back before he left. So Charles is tracking down the northern side of the island, just like we'll do. Northwest side of the island, straight down there. And on reaching this point, he's going to turn in left onto the ILS. So he's doing it perfectly. So that's exactly how we want to do it. Not far to go. QNH panel will be set up. Talked to Squish in a while? No, I haven't. Right. Sorry, I'm setting my tracker up. Setting tracker up. Right, there you go. We're getting a Mach overspeed warning. This is at the point now where we have to actually throttle back, and we can no longer just sort of, you know, do the way we were descending earlier. We've got to actually bring back the throttle, and we've got to be subsonic by 30,000 feet. So we're a little bit quick, a little bit late. I'm just going to put my track IR, bear with me. There we go, track IR on. Miles, nose pitching up. There we go, it's dropping back down again. Right, we need to trim for descent.
Fuel trim to descent.
There you go, fuel trim to descent. Good. Right, I'm just going to reset the view. F12 and track IR enabled. Cool. Right, and we're subsonic, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back into subsonic travel. Not a good way to travel, but that's what we're doing. Increase our descent rate a little bit. We've got 15 tons of fuel left, that's not bad. That'll have to do. Fuel will get trimmed to landing any minute now then. We need to be lower than we are now. Increase our descent rate and throttle back to idle power. Sorry, looking at my keyboard. Speed's increasing, so we're going to drop the buckets out. If you have a look now, you can see the buckets reversers are out. There's the island there below us, so you can see how high we are. So we're really going to slam it down now. We're going to drop the nose completely, full down. I don't know if we'll be down, or I tell you what we'll do. Sometimes, yeah, 200 miles out was a bit optimistic. That is what it tells me in my flight plan, but a bit optimistic. So what we'll do is we'll overshoot it a bit, and if worse comes to worse, we'll just go past the island a little bit, come around, and we'll just capture the localizer from where it's supposed to be captured at Olido. So that's no problem. But because we can, we'll descend fast, just to prove how cool Concorde is. So we're actually slowing down, even though we're descending at 6,500 feet per minute, which I think is pretty cool. That's quite impressive. Few planes can say they do that. There you go, reverse has just been retracted. I don't know why, but it has been. So the speed's building back up, we've got to deploy it again. And he says reverse to deploy. What's actually being deployed is just the buckets. There's no thrust going back through them. All it's being deployed is the buckets, which, because they're naturally drawn in air, really helps to slow down the aircraft. Right, the brake fans are going to go on the engines to approach. Fuel will get trimmed to landing below 10,000 feet. Okay. Whew. The tough gig of landing Concorde. It's a tough gig. It is a tough gig. We've got a very fast descent rate on here, bringing us down to 2,000 feet. Really dropping it down. This is good. Very nice. One itchy head, and I'm wearing a baseball cap for track IR. This is not good. Cool. Right, there you go. We're retracting the reverser buckets as we're slowing down a little bit more than I'd like to be. About 250 knots I'm looking for. So yeah, we'll overshoot the coast by a little bit. I'm not sure we'll be able to make that tight turn down the coast, seeing as we're a bit too high still. We have to be 2,000 feet in a minute or so. We might make it. No, 11,000 feet. No, we're not going to. We'll overshoot it just a little bit. I'll take us in towards Bexa. Prepare for the nose visor down. Should I change it? Yes, you may. So you can trim for landing then. So all the fuel goes forward, so the nose is going to have to drop very low. Speed's actually increasing there, so we're going to drop the reverser buckets out. We're through 8,000. Lights are going on. Visor's coming down. So there we're just looking to track heading. So if we just go to track heading. So we're just going round in this. Super Concorde 273, we are currently northwest of the island, approaching for the ILS runway 09. Super Concorde 273. We can reduce our descent rate then, we're quite low now. Pitch it up. Drop the nose, one more stage. Prime up 220 knots. Is it normal to slow down with reverses? Certainly is. Concorde would do it quite often. Don't be alarmed, it's perfectly normal. We're going to come left south. I forgot to check the METAR out for this airport. The QNH 1015, so I need to just dial that a little bit. So we're still a bit high. Cool. Go right slightly. I think there's a bit of wind on. It's not quite following the heading I'd like it to be. Oh no, it is. I just had the rad on rather than INS. Fuel warning, that's all. That's fine. The nose is down at 5. You can see we're tracking along the coast here, just as planned. We're going to come right slightly and just break away. See, there's the chart. We're going to go right just slightly towards this middle point here. That's about perfect. There we go. We're tracking along. Right, so I missed the chat slide there. Chilling in the Discord if anyone cares to join. Right, okay, no worries, I'll join in a minute. I can see Jones Aviation behind us. Are you on the ground then, Mr. Charles? That's impressive. Nice work. I'm going to switch to the ILS frequency, 110.1. It's 0901 on the heading. One 2.7 is set up as well, just in case it doesn't work.
Barbados traffic, stable Concord, take it, runway 09.
Barbados traffic, Spirit Concorde 273, tracking down the northern side of the coast, 2000 to intercept the ILS runway 09er. This is just like they do in the real thing. Slowing down, 220 knots. Quite a high angle of attack on the nose there. Just checking we are trimmed properly. At which we are. Right, so here we go. We're coming up to our turn to capture the ILS then. We're holding 220 knots. Properly. We're looking left just for the looking out for the looking out. We're going to drift away from the coast. The coast is going to turn away there, and we're just going to hold this heading so that we capture it nicely. They normally take photos from the beach of Concord at this point, so this is the perfect place to be capturing from, so we're happy with this. Noticing that the ILS hasn't shown me the distance, I'm not quite sure why. Hopefully it works. If worst case I'll have to take manual control on the descent. It shouldn't be too bad, I'm just it's a difficult plane to control. $10 miles to run till the airport. We're going to prime up 190. We'll start turning left. Onto that sort of a heading. I'm just going to have a look at the aircraft and check our VREF. 206 still. So that I think we'll do. If your VREF is higher than 190, you're going to slow down to VREF. I'm pretty sure. Right, VOR lock and land. There you go. Land selected. So it's going to lock onto the ILS and start descending with the ILS. I've overshot it just slightly. See the runway slightly left of us there. So she's just going to have to drift back past it and come back. Dropping the nose to full.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much. Gear coming down. Gear's going down. Slowing to VREF. Right, there we go. It's drifting back. So I was reading that they slow to the 190, but if our VREF is 206, I don't want to be slowing much slower than that. But interesting. It thinks we're no, it knows we're not quite captured yet, because I was going to say we're a long way left a bit. Right, there you go. The ILS is sort of coming in. We're going to program in that 190. So it's going to hold. Oh no, sorry. I-Esquire 206. Holding. Now we're going to set 190 in the prime. And just as we come over the threshold, we'll click acquire. It should slow us perfectly. He said he touched Concord and you wouldn't want to hold it there for long. Ah, yeah, he's certainly right about that. Right, it's not descending with the glide slope. So we'll take manual control and take her in. Here we go, guys. Oh, it's been a while since I've landed Concord, so wish me luck. I want the lights on. Lights on. We're a bit high. It's alright though. A tad high. Drop the nose down slightly there. Lovely. That is pretty perfect here. I did a not bad landing the other day. Not bad, not bad. So anything like that will be fine. Right, pitch up again there. I'm below the glide slope now. I descended a bit faster than we should be. I'm looking now to the Pappies. .500 feet. 400 feet.
300.
300, that's fine.
200.
We'll throttle off. Backing up on the throttle a little bit, allowing the speed to drop.
50.
Idle thrust.
Reverser deployed. 40. Reverser at 20.
244, I'm going to take that.
20.
I think that was an alright landing. We'll drop the nose. Nose on the ground. Nose on the ground, we're slowing down. It's glide mode, right, I always click land, my bad then, apologies. 100 knots, we're allowed to brake now. Let it keep slowing down. We'll retract the reverses. Speedboat Concord 273 on the ground, Barbados, we're vacating left off Foxtrot, taxi back to the stand. Speedboat Concord 273.
Concord 271, going to be doing a low approach from weight 9, about 800 feet to Barbados.
Okay, we'll bring the nose up to the 5-degree position as we vacate the runway. Ooh, the window's opened, sure. Halfway through the window we start our turn. I'll close the window there. Turn across nicely there. Should be on it. So thank you very much. Welcome to Barbados, everybody. We'll get the lights on overhead as we get off the runway quickly. We've got to set our low idle and our N1 limiter up. Because we're quite light as well, we're going to put a bit of power.
Overflying Barbados for about 800 feet.
Right, the nose lights go on. Chrono gets set to timer. Here comes Jones Aviation, he's doing a low flyby. If he'd have read the noise abatement thing, it says no flying over less than 3,000 feet, but it's pretty cool nonetheless. I'm not going to lie, it is pretty cool, but the noise abatement checklist, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. There you go. Very nice, 271.
Thank you very much.
We'll pull in right here next to Speedboat Concorde 1. He's a speedbird, but he's matched in Air France. That's not a problem. Alright, we can open up the windows then. Oh, I left the music running. Sorry about that. Oh, that was a mistake. Sorry. I hope you heard the noises all right. Sorry about that. Oh, I've overshot my turn. Bring it right. Bring it all the way across. We'll turn off mode C. We'll turn off the transponder. Turn it to stand, then we can turn off all 3 lights. I've overshot that line slightly, so I'm just going to drift back onto the line and go left onto the taxi line. Right, we're back on the taxi line there, and we're going to raise the nose. Just quickly go on here so I can stop on the line. Stop about here then. The nose has risen. Parking brake gets set. Onto the overhead. 1 for leaving engine 2. GPU is now available. Therefore we can shut down the engine. Auto ignition goes off. Auto throttles go off. ADS engine probe heaters and static heaters can go off. Anti-collision and nav lights go off. Smoking and seatbelt signs can go off. Rating mode into takeoff for next flight in case you were doing on. Lights all off. We're happy here. On here we're going to turn off our engine feed pumps. Basically reversing our practice checklists. Open up the electrical SSB and turn off the shed heaters and galleys. And we'll turn off the generators for each one. Turning off the gens and we'll turn off the hydraulics. So we'll see everything starts to droop as we no longer have hydraulical power. Off, 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 off. Sorry, dealing with the lots of flicks. Brake fans can go off, the engine control shuttle goes to the normal position, the fuel heaters can go off. And the secondary air doors get shut. With the engine low, RPM set, that's happy. We're happy with that. We're happy with that. It's all good. Should we go have a look at the Concorde outside? Wow. Well, it's lovely to be in Barbados. Oh, we got... That's Speedbird Concorde 271? It is. Sorry, I missed his landing. Oh. Whoa. Model matchmaking gone slightly wrong there. I think he was in the runway for some of that.
271, vacating runway 09 at Foxtrot, I believe.
Good night, work. Nice landing.
Thanks very much. You too, Speedbird 273.
I thank you very much, all of you, for joining me. That was great fun. That was a pretty good flight. What do we say, hey? That was pretty good. And we'll have a quick look at the poll, and 93% of you, of the 14 people that voted, have said Concorde is great. Someone said Concorde is not good. It's a very sad thing to do. I thank you all for joining me. I think... Oh, hold on. We forgot to connect up the doors. No one can get out. Bad. Conveyors can go on. Open up the cargo door. We'll get the catering at the back going. We'll get aircraft. The aircraft swarmed by people. If they all rush to power it all on. Or, yeah, do everything. Get everyone serviced. We'll open up the doors then for that one, for that catering. So, doors get open. That one that gets opened? I know that one gets open. Yeah, that one gets open. And then we can get, you know, all sorts of things. Replacement engine. We get the fuel truck out and the fridge out. So we have multiple traffic around the aircraft now. You see there. There they are. Special Concorde caterers. Fantastic. Well, the aircraft is now off. We'll turn off our radio stack in a minute. We'll just wait for anyone. Your group photo. Ah, we want a group photo. A group photo. Lovely. It's a very nice plane, this one. So please do go check out the Pillar Pilot merchandise. It's available on sale. The sale code will be available. The sale code is still available until the end of this stream. It's caps lock sale. Put it in the discounts codes, and you get your Pillar Pilot merchandise. So I, for one, have my own. I have Pillar Pilot merchandise. Got Pillow right here. So please go check them out. I thank you all to who donated, who subscribed, and who liked. I thank you to these two for accompanying me, Charles125. Thank you very much, and Jones Aviation. It's been a pleasure having you along for the ride. So thank you very much for joining me. That was great fun. Thank you very much. I'll now disconnect from vatsim and we'll watch the replay back, shall we? I think it was a pretty good landing. I don't think it was, like, bad. Yeah, no, it wasn't bad. It was just not as good as, I guess. There's always going to be someone better who's done a better landing, but I thought that was pretty nice. For me, that was a pretty nice landing. Should we watch from the approach? Oh, I've got to drop the nose. Oh, no. All the doors are all open and everything. Oh, it does this in Concorde. Right, hold on, so I've got to go toggle replay mode. I've got to rise the nose up. Put the nose down, sorry, to full down. Close the windows. I've got to close the doors and everything. You have to do all this, I'm pretty sure you have to do all this. Door closed, 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 closed. That should close them all. Cool, right, now we go into flight replay mode. Let's shoot it back a little bit. Should I drop the nose? It should drop, shouldn't it?
Gear coming up. Gear up. Doors locked.
Ah, okay, hold on. I go D. I got to do flight engineer. Yeah. Apologies for this. So, we'll just zoom out. What you have to do is you have to start the engines to get hydraulic pressure to be able to start the engines and have the nose down, which for landing we'd like to see the nose down, going right along, looking lovely on touchdown. So we want to have that. So we'll make sure we get that. So I'll just start up the engines. Okay, two of them are running. I don't think he's turned on the hydraulic power for them. Yeah, he hasn't. That's why you're not getting hydraulic power. I'll turn on the hydraulic power so we can drop the noses. We'll wait for the nose to drop and then we can get going on the replay. Cool. Toggle replay mode. Here we go. Drop it back to about, what, there? How's that? We'll watch it from outside view. Here we go, guys. This is the landing I waited a long time for. Is the nose fully down? Oh, the nose is not fully down. There goes the nose, fully down. You can see how much control movement we were using. A lot of control movement there to be able to keep it going, to maintain stable approach. It likes to wander, Concorde. Below 300 knots, not a very good plane to handle. It wanders a lot. Oh, that was a nice landing. Oh, that was very nice. Oh, yes. That was perfect centerline as well. Lost centerline slightly for the nose wheel, but very smooth. That is one to save. Should we watch it from the tower view? We'll watch it from the tower view. We'll watch the whole approach. Drag it back to about there. I'll leave it on fast mode and then turn it down as she gets closer. And I'll begin the fade out then. So thank you very much all for joining me. That was brilliant fun. Thank you to those who subscribed, liked, and donated, of course. It was great fun. So thank you very much to all of you who joined me. I look forward to seeing you in another stream soon. Go check out, if you want to fly Concorde just like we've flown it today, then please do check out our tutorial series. We've got 2 videos on there, full flight across to JFK, and it can pretty much be applied to all other flights you want to take Concorde on Supersonic. So please go ahead, like all the videos and subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. I hope to see you all soon. I think we've got a new... I'll do a stream at some point soon. I've got a good fun bush flying at some point. And boom, Concorde on the ground. No bounce, just a gentle hover of the wheels. That is exactly how it's done. The nose gets lowered nicely onto the ground, and we're down. You'll hear the noise coming through now as the edges are in reverse mode as they go by. And we'll end the stream there. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll catch you all soon. Bye-bye from me. Bye.